You bring the jury.
Bring the jury. It's time. It's time to bring the jury.
Please, state's case.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. The state would call Jeannie Seckinger.
Yeah. Jeannie Seckinger has good testimony. Oh, they're starting hot this morning.
Renew our objection to this witness's question.
Oh, Jim, sit down. It's happening. It is happening. Jeannie Seckinger's testimony was fascinating. If any of you didn't see it the first time, it is time.
My name is Jeannie Seckinger, Seckinger.
Ms. Seckinger, how are you doing today?
I'm good.
Awesome. Tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Could just kind of introduce yourself. Where'd you grow up? Where'd you go to school?
I grew up in Hampton, South Carolina, graduated from Wayne Hampton, went to the University of South Carolina, where I got my BS in accounting. After that, I worked a number of years in public accounting. Then I transferred into as a financial analyst with Westinghouse in Hampton. And after the birth of my second child, I stayed home and worked for my husband just a few years. And in 1999, I came to work with the firm on a part-time basis.
Hey, everybody. I just wanted to say hi to everyone who is already here. Thank you, Moon at Noon, for always stopping by, even though I believe you said you are here for the music, but I appreciate you and I'm happy to see you. Happy to see all my friends from STS. Shout out to Spacey, Tennis Girl. Oh, Janie. Hi, Janie. I hope your headache feels better. Hi, Nightbot. So what we have going on right now, hopefully y'all saw the title. It's probably my favorite one so far. The jury is getting pimped today, as in PMPED. PMPED. They are finally meeting all the people from the law firm when we already saw them on the from the proffers for the 404 evidence. But the jury has not met any of these folks yet. So we are starting out strong with Jeannie Seckinger, who blew this entire shit show wide open. And so she's going to be up first. We have a lot of really great testimony today. We're going to hear from Ronnie Crosby, Chris Wilson, and some other folks. But yeah, this is a really big day. And of course, at some point, I think they do try to get into the roadside incident. So I've also got a lot of other side tangents that I think are going to come up on this one as well, related to things that are going to be discussed throughout the video, theories, whatnot. Anyway, okay, I'll go ahead and play the video and then I will talk to y'all here in a sec.
Doing some special projects and have not left. And that job has grown since that time till I was over all the business aspects and financial aspects of the law firm.
All right. Which law firm are you talking about?
Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Ellsworth, Featuring.
Is that PMPED?
PMPED.
Is that what the firm is currently known, or is it known by a different name?
We are now a separate entity that we've reorganized as Parker Law Group LLP.
Why'd you reorganize?
You know the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, over
because
there.
of him.
I do.
You see him in the courtroom.
I do.
Can you identify him, please?
He's in the blue jacket and white shirt sitting between Jim and Dick.
He's not rocking back and forth
Your Honor,
today.
the record reflects she's identified the defendant. Yes. Was he a partner in the law firm you're speaking of?
He was.
Is he a partner anymore?
No,
And we're going to talk about some of those things, the reasons for that here today. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Open.
All right. So I'm going to call it PMPED, what we're talking about. Is that fair?
That's fair.
All right. Well, tell me, you talked a little bit about your role in PMPED. What would you consider your role, or how would you define your role, particularly as we're moving into June of 2021?
At that point, I would be CFO/COO, basically overall office management and all financial affairs of the office. I think Alex came to work the year after me.
Okay. Did you know him prior to that?
I did. I've known Alex since I was 16 years old in high school.
Y'all went to high school together?
We did. He's a few years behind me, but we were in the same school.
And you worked with Alec at the law firm up until September of 2021?
I did.
Let's talk a little bit, if we could, about the law firm itself. And
Okay, hopefully
tell me
that
a little bit
works.
about the financial structure of the law firm. How does it work that fees come into the law firm, and how do they get dispersed at the end of the year? Can you explain that to the jury a little bit?
Each attorney in the law firm is also an employee of the law firm. They receive a paycheck just like most people do, with W-2 taxes taken out and W-2 at the end of the year. When we get to the end of the year, we figure the net profit of the law firm, basically everything brought in and everything paid out to date. And we distribute that money based off a ratio of
How the law firm works.
what that attorney brought in to total. So if an attorney brought in 10%, he's going to get roughly 10% of the net income at the end of the year. And we do that in a form of a bonus one time at the end of the year.
When is that bonus typically paid?
That bonus is typically paid the last week of December every year.
And is that for most cases and most of the partners, as we're going to call them in the law firm, is that the vast majority of their compensation of the year, is getting it all in one lump sum at the end of the year in December?
That's correct. They receive a salary of $125 through the year that they're paid every 2 weeks, but the vast majority of their money comes in that one bonus check.
Okay. Now,
That's
you
not
mentioned there was a
uncommon.
salary. Looking back at June of 2021, what were the partners in the law firm, what were they getting as a salary?
Let's see.
$125,000 a year,
All right, 125,000, and that was broken up into checks like
26 times a year, yes.
Okay. And then,
Well, now she's the one cutting people off, and I'm kind of here for it.
Before the bonuses are paid, correct?
That's correct.
Salaries not only for the partners, but also for all the other employees.
That's correct, all staff.
All right, and is there other overhead that has to be accounted for out of the fees before that bonus can be paid?
Yes, all the other overhead is the basic operating expenditures like I discussed: rent for the building, insurance coverage for the employees, office supplies.
It's
After everything that's
$125 a year
paid,
plus, like,
everything brought in,
hundreds of
after
thousands
everything
to
that's
millions
paid
in
out
bonuses.
is what we call that net income that we distribute.
Is there some sort of 7.5% fund?
No, this is very
or
common.
Offset, that has to
Especially
be
for this
accounted
type of
for as
firm.
well before the bonus is paid.
There is.
Why
We
is
have
she
what
back?
we call a 7.5% kind of profit sharing.
She's
And
testifying
everybody
before the
takes
jury.
their gross
She's looking at the
fees
jury.
less their portion of overhead. We take overhead and divide it by the number of partners. And so you would take, let's just use numbers. If your gross fees were $100,000 and your overhead was $50,000, you have a net of $50,000. And we take 7.5% of that and put it in a pot and divide it back evenly in between everybody. And that purpose is meant to cover when somebody has a high year or a low year. It kind of helps people out. And
So y'all, I'm trying to be fancy
account for
and
differences and
we will
expenses
stop the
between
video
each
going unless it's like.
So all of that has to be taken care of before the bonus is paid
No,
out to the partners.
she gets
at the
paid,
end of the
they
year.
get
Hello.
paid
I'm
$125
Money
too
a
loud,
year.
the video's too loud, and also I'm probably talking
Based
loudly
on
because I have
the
headphones.
percentage
$125 a
and
year,
it's
then
very-
bonus.
that that particular
Yes, I-
partner brought in of the whole for the year. Is that
That's correct.
So if you had a better year, you're going to get a little bit more than somebody who didn't have as good a year.
Absolutely.
Okay.
This witness has also testified before the grand jury and before federal juries.
Did Alex Murdaugh have a very lucrative practice?
In
He
the,
did.
Were there times where his bonus was high six figures?
Definitely.
Were there times his bonus was seven figures?
There has been.
And was it typical for the vast majority of his compensation to be in that one-time bonus at the end of the year as opposed to the $125,000 salary?
Yes, his and everybody else's.
That $125,000 salary for these individuals was a fairly small part of the compensation.
Correct.
So what were your observations of him as a lawyer?
I think Alec was successful more, not from his work ethic, but from his ability to establish relationships and to manipulate people into settlements.
This is what I've heard about him a
and clients into
lot.
liking him. So he did it through the art of bullshit, basically.
Yes.
wow,
That can be an art.
Mhm.
he was,
Did he, in
he
your
brought in the
estimation,
people.
in your judgment,
He
was
wasn't a
more of
bright
technical
lawyer.
type lawyer, or was he one that really understood how to use the
she wants to
emotional
say he was a stupid.
Okay, I'm pausing it real quick. So a couple things that stood out to me with Jeannie Seckinger going through this time around. So this whole deal with the trust accounts and the deferments and all that, fake forge. So these annuities is kind of a big deal because with these settlements, basically what she's going to be testifying to is that with when people have a settlement that are coming, they've been in a wrongful death case or, some sort of accident, all that type of stuff, right? Then they can choose to have their settlement put into an annuity so that it like collects interest, right? And then it's tax deferred. Now, here's the thing that is especially relevant here is that every now and again, attorneys would have that option. So essentially what she's going to be testifying to is that basically the way that the firms, many law firms are structured is that, and I believe she already had mentioned this earlier in the video, that the partners are kind of responsible at the beginning of each year for sort of like funding the operations of the law firm. Hi, Abby, for the first couple months until they start getting income or whatever, right? So it's like, then they get paid that money back. And so then over the course of the year, blah, 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 we're working, we're doing law, blah, blah, blah. And then, at the very end of December, right, then they get their big payout. Typically it could be millions of dollars, what have you, right at the end of December. And then, and then January starts fresh and they have they're basically operating at a net loss. So essentially the reason that's relevant is because then it makes this next thing a big deal, which is that for an attorney then to say, well, okay, I'm going to structure my client's settlement into an annuity, right? That's fine. But they could also do that for their own fees, like the lawyer's fees that they take. So typically that would go straight to the firm, right? And that would go into the firm's pot, and then the firm uses it, blah, blah. So in order to then say, well, I want to take my fees and put them into an annuity for myself so that then it can be tax deferred and I can benefit from the interest, blah, 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 they would have to get permission from the law firm because the law firm's going to have to say, yeah, we've got enough cash flow. We can operate without this extra billions of dollars. What I'm exaggerating, whatever it is. We can operate without that. We're good. Like you do, you put your money in there, good to go. So they can't just do it, right? And then even if they get permission, that payout or the attorney's fees have to go directly to the annuity. It can't go through the firm. Otherwise, they lose that tax benefit. It negates the whole thing, defeats the whole purpose. So what I found especially relevant here as I go through and listen to all this for the, however many times, but I always learn something new, is that essentially what was kind of the first number of red flags for Alec in the firm with her is that, he was wanting to do one of these structured annuities for attorney's fees, but he wasn't doing it correctly. And that'll come up later. She'll talk about that. But he wasn't getting the firm's permission, right? He wasn't doing it correctly. Of course, we find out later it was going to fake forge. But here's the biggest thing of all. So she is testifying to how basically any success he had was through the art of bullshit. She just said that. Awesome. But that he did actually have large settlements because he was good at manipulating people. So essentially, how did he keep his clients from realizing that he was stealing from them, right? It really only makes sense because of this annuity thing. So essentially, he would have these huge settlements, right? And then he would, instead of paying his clients, he would put their money into one of these annuities and then tell them, yeah, guess what? It's sitting over here. It's going to gain interest. You're going to have however, twice as much in X number of years or whatever the case may be, right? And so that's how they never knew it was missing. So then he could steal it all. So check it out. So the more he could bullshit and manipulate, the greater his winnings, earnings would have. He's greater, his higher settlements. Then he can, on the face value, he's winning more money for the client. But essentially, the more money he wins for the client, it just means the more money he's winning for himself to steal, right? And then on top of that, through the firm, he gets paid a bonus at the end of each year based on how much money he brings in. So anyway, it's kind of like he's really got it worked out to where he's benefiting from every possible angle of the situation. And I haven't even been looking at the chat, but it looks like some of y'all are going to have to go. I know there's Runkle's having a recap. I didn't even think about that. I did see his last night, though. It was really good. So yeah, it was a crazy day in the Rust trial. But okay, so if anyone has questions, you can let me know in the chat, and I'll keep playing the video. And thank you all for being here.
But use the emotion of a case and the emotion of his clients.
Did he understand the emotional value that the sympathies of a case could have?
I would.
He's asked her to testify as what he understands.
She wants to say he's not
His
very
mind.
smart.
Object.
This is what we've heard, that he's not a very good lawyer. That was a speaking objection, that he's not a very good lawyer, but that he had a very good repertoire with people he brought in cases.
Your observations of Alec as a lawyer.
He didn't work them.
What skills did you see in how he was able to value a case?
I would think that he was able to read the client. And it seemed to, he always got higher settlements than it looks like they should appear, going back when we reviewed everything. So I think that he used his personality more than technical skill. I think that, we look back and we see things that were manipulated and set up, and I believe he did that a lot with his clients as well.
You mentioned, did Alec get good results? Did the defendant get good results?
It appeared that they usually did, yes.
Were they very lucrative results?
Yes.
There is a balance, especially in plaintiff's work, of
Observations,
personality
working with Alec for
versus
20-some odd
technical
years
skill.
about his
You
memory.
have to be personable.
I think that looking back, where I thought he was chaotic and didn't remember things, or kind of got bored with details sometimes and wouldn't finish things off, I really think looking back, as we've gone back and pieced together a lot of this, that we saw where he would tell people one thing and another person another. So in my opinion, looking back, I think he had almost a photographic memory, to keep all the balls in the air that we now saw were in the air. It appears that he would have to have a really strong memory.
Almost photographic memory to keep all the balls in the air, to keep all the lies going. Interesting.
Are you generally familiar with what's been known as the boat case?
Yes,
Who isn't?
And do you remember that occurring around in February 2019?
I do.
All right. And again, I'm not going into the specifics of the boat case. What was your general understanding of the boat case? Well, let me ask you this. Was his son Paul charged with driving the boat in the boat case, to your knowledge?
Yes.
And was Alex Murdaugh sued?
So sorry, I had to pause it real quick. So I think this is hilarious because Creighton, this is one of the reasons why I love this trial. So Creighton is going to be asking these next few witnesses the same question. So are you generally familiar with what's been known as the boat case? Which is just only in this trial, only in this court. Like anywhere else, they would be like, what are you referring to? That could be literally anything. Like that's not an actual name. It's literally a nickname that actually changes all the time, which is the funniest part because, and that's why it's in the ticker. Like it'll be called boat case, boat wreck case, boat wreck, boat crash case. It's got a bunch of different names, sort of like with the roadside incident. It's also called roadside or side of the road. And so the same thing. It's like are you familiar with what's generally known as the side of the road incident? And the next time it'll be, are you generally familiar with what's been known as the roadside incident? So it's the same thing, but like everyone's just on the same page. So no one's like, hey, what are you talking about? Even though, like, in other words, for formality's sake, they could very easily be like, what are boat case? Like, what even is this? You know what I mean? Like, in other words, there's just a general understanding that everyone's on the same page, but it's never actually been like, let's just make sure. And I just think it's hilarious. And I love that Creighton asked that question because he basically is the one that gave it the nickname. So anyway, that's all I was going to say about that.
Civilly in the boat case because of the death of Mallory Beach.
Yes.
After the boat case, did you notice any changes in Alex's behavior or his demeanor around the office?
I can't say that I really did up until November, December of late 20.
Okay, what'd you notice then?
Oh, open. Look at
I didn't
that.
really notice it then, and we can go back and notice it now. That's when he started making some disbursements that he was stealing from that started getting sloppy. So the things that I noticed are more in hindsight.
It's easier to connect the dots looking
I'll put this
backwards.
exhibit up on the screen. All right, so you mentioned that something that happened in late 2020 that was the first things that you started to notice in the wake of the boating case that was a little different. And tell the jury what you were about to talk about.
As I said, in late 2020, I really didn't notice it at that point. But
Yes, Randy still works
some of these
at the
items that we're going to
reformatted
discuss
firm,
started happening at that point.
Parker Law Group.
My discovery of things started coming to a head in May of 21.
May of 2021.
Yes.
All right, and tell me what was the first thing that came to your attention?
For those of you new, the murders
One thing that
happened
came to
in early
attention
June
was
21.
a disbursement that the fees were made out and processed to Forge Consulting. And what that meant is that the fees weren't going into our personal account like they should. They weren't going to the firm. Forge Consulting is a true company that you can do structures of attorney fees, but the way that this was done was not correct. To do a correct structure,
Let
you
me
have
slow you down so we can unpack this a little
Okay.
bit. All right. Let's first talk about what is
Just let
a
her go.
structure. What is a structure? What does that mean?
So a structure means that you can set up a fee
That's fair. We've already heard her
in
once.
the agreement with the insurance company that you can put that money into an annuity that you'll get it out later. You can avoid taxes now and take them out when you're 65 or whatever year you determine. So it's a way that they can defer income for retirement. If they're having a good year, they can do that.
So maybe an explanation would be kind of like the lottery. You can either get your settlement in one lump sum or you can get it paid over time, correct?
Correct,
All right. And so this is what a structure is getting it paid over time.
correct.
And are there tax benefits associated with doing a structure?
They would avoid taxes at the year that they made the fee, and they would pay the taxes when they got it out, similar to your retirement 401k.
And is it sometimes common for plaintiffs' lawyers who get recoveries for clients
We're
to
getting into real forge, fake
have
forge
their
territory.
clients get the settlement in a structure
forge.
as opposed to getting it in all one lump sum so that there's some security over time with that money?
It is definitely a vehicle that can be used by plaintiffs' lawyers. We don't do it very often in our firm. And when it is done, it has to be, every partner needs to know about it and needs to be agreed upon. Because obviously that money's not coming into the firm to help with overhead and expenses. So we have to agree on it. And we
Creighton's
have
done
to
a lot of
account for it in
trials.
our allocations at the end of the year.
People
to
must
determine
not object to
bonuses that we're
leading
gonna
much.
pay out.
Sure, but I'm talking about with clients right now. So clients that receive a settlement, they can
Okay.
elect to either get it in one lump sum or they can get a structured annuity over time where they get it however much a year for the however many years it goes. correct?
Yes, that's true too.
And so what is Forge Consulting? They provided services over the years. The legitimate company, Forge Consulting, legitimate services to the law firm and its clients over the years and helping them set up structured settlements.
We do. We've used them 250 to 300 times.
And who's kind of like the main guy at Forge Consulting, the legitimate business?
Michael Gunn.
The chat knows.
Now,
They're
you
gonna be
mentioned
thirsty
that
when he
we're not talking now
testifies.
about the client structuring their settlements, but what if a lawyer wins a big case and wants to, so he's going to get a huge fee. Let me ask you this first. Generally, what is the legal fees for the firm when they win a case, whether by settlement or by trial?
Generally, they're 33% to 40%, and it depends on what stage the case was in or the work we had to do. So if we settle a case before we have to start doing summons and complaints,
Expensive
and depositions, or going to trial, we take 33 1/3%. If it goes further, we do 40%, and it can go to 45% if it's on an account.
What?
But generally speaking, it's between 1/3 and 40%. On May 17, there was a disbursement called Hirschberger that the fees were said, I would have to look at the exact disbursement, but it said structured fees forged, and it had an amount. PMPED attorney fee. in
Yes, I hear
parentheses
too.
Had forged. The check had been made out payable to forge. And I
Sarah,
knew
50
this was
time.
incorrect, so I went and had a discussion with Alec about this.
So this was the very first thing that started this for her. Like, she is responsible for unraveling his entire, all this financial stuff, because she discovered it via this Hirschberger account with this fake forged check. And it was like, this was like what started the whole unraveling of the sweater or whatever, so to speak.
And the basics of the discussion was we needed to know about if they were going to do a structured annuity, we needed to do it. Also told him that the way he had done it was incorrect, that he would not be saving any tax consequences.
'Cause she
that
thought-
he needed to properly set it up.
She thought that was the
with the
point.
insurance company on the front side.
She's like, let me do my job. You've done this
At least
wrong.
from what you knew at the time, why did you think it was not being done right?
Basically, because it should have gone from the insurance company directly to Forge. We would not write a check and send it.
That's fair. She's
to
trying to do
Forge
her
for
work.
a structured fee.
She's like, sir,
Put this up on the
You did it
screen just
wrong.
real quick. When we
Oh, also, I should have said this earlier. I'm sorry, y'all. I also have it pulled up, the video of Alex's first interview with law enforcement the night of the murders, the one where he's in the cop car, like right after it happened, which I'm sure y'all have seen it. And whether you've seen it or not, it's pure insanity, and it's worth watching, So I have that as well. So at any point, if y'all want to see that, just let me know and we can hop over to that and watch some of that. There's definitely some interesting things to point out in there, and it's always revealing every time I watch it. So anyway, just wanted to throw that out there.
last left off, you were telling Alec that it had been done wrong because it had gone straight from the trust account direct to what you believe to be Forge at the time, correct?
Correct.
And it can't go to the law firm where the tax benefits go away.
That's right.
All right. So you raised those issues with Alec. What was his response when you first talked to him about this?
His response was that he was not worried so much about the tax ramifications of saving the taxes, but that he was trying to get money in Maggie's name due to the boat accident that had happened in February of 2019.
Mm-mm.
All right. Did that concern you at all?
Yes, it did.
And why did it concern you?
Because that is hiding assets, and we're not going to be part of any hiding assets or any wrongdoing. So we were very concerned that he was trying to do that, and we didn't want to be a part of it.
She's like, I'm not having your fuckery.
At that point in time, did you do anything
Murdaugh.
about it, or did you kind of table the matter for the time being?
We kind of tabled the matter for the time being. I had it kind of set aside, trying to figure out how am I going to account for this in my books, and we're going to go back and talk to partners and kind of figure out what we were going to do.
Ultimately, when is the sort of the drop dead deadline that you have to account for everything in the books?
Usually I will do our final closing and balance all the time, but usually we'll do that final accounting in December. So I really start drilling down and looking at everything and balancing out in December. But I knew I had till December to figure this out. And at that point, I was more concerned about how we were going to put it on our books and also letting the partners know what was going on so we could make sure that it was disclosed to his attorneys with the boat wreck stuff.
She just wanted to do her job.
Just kind of just put that aside, but keep it in the back
She's
of your
like, I
mind.
just want
Right.
to do my job. Let me do my work.
This is in May of what year did this happen?
21.
Later on that month, did you receive a communication of any sort from Alex Paralegal?
I did on Monday,
Who was
May.
that real quick?
That is Annette Griswold.
All right.
And she's
And
one of his paralegals.
No.
What communication did she have with you?
So I received an email. I was working in our Waldeboro office that day, and I received an email from Annette that said she needed to talk to me in private, and could I please meet with her when I got back in the office? So when I did get back in the office, we met, and she came to me with another concern that in another file that we had.
She thought it was
And
just
tell me,
hiding
what
assets
file
when
was
she
that?
started
So
pulling on
this
this
file was,
thread.
we referred to it as the Ferris file. And it was a case with Ferris versus Mount Truck that had a fairly significant settlement. And the concern was that we had only received the expenses. When I'm on this, let me first say, this case was handled by Chris Wilson's firm, and they were handling the disbursement. All the money went through their account, and they drafted the disbursement and met with the client. So if that happens, typically the associate attorney will mail us our fee check and our expense check at the same time.
Let me slow you down. So this particular case, the Ferris case, was Alex Murdaugh the only attorney on that case?
In our firm, I believe he was, but Chris Wilson was the associated.
And was Chris Wilson and MPED, or was he in a different firm?
No, he's in his own different firm.
And does that happen sometimes that two lawyers, one lawyer from your firm and one lawyer from another firm will share a case?
Yes, we have quite a lot of that.
And then ultimately those fees have to be split whichever way they agree to do that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then sometimes if
Blue
the
seems to be
settlement
today's
money
color.
or the trial money comes into that other firm, then they have to disperse the fees and expenses to you.
That's correct.
And tell the jury again, what was Annette's concern? Did she receive part of it but not the other thing?
Annette received only a check for the expenses,
But not the fees?
not the fee, which is unusual. So she had already, unbeknownst to me, contacted my staff to make sure that we had not received that fee prior. And indeed, we
That was from
checked and
earlier,
it had
not
not
this
been.
witness.
So the conversation Annette had with me that day was her concern that we were missing the fee check. And she'd had some conversations with Vicki Lyman, who is Chris Wilson's paralegal. And that led Annette to believe that Alec had already had the money paid to him.
That's the concern that she reported to you?
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with Annette about what to do?
Well, Annette expressed concern about tattling on Alec and perhaps getting in trouble for him or retaliation from him. So
Retaliation.
What's the concern?
From him.
What's the concern right now?
the concern is,
I just asked her what her concern was. Your Honor.
the concern was that that money had been stolen.
There's an objection, wait. Yes, sir.
What's
He's
the legal
asking her
ground?
what Annette's concern was, and Annette needs to testify about her own concern.
All right, sure. You state the question, please.
I'll restate the question. What was your concern?
My concern was that he had stolen the fees and they were paid to him personally.
That didn't get better for you, Jim.
After you sent this email on June 2nd, did Alec ever reach out to you or talk to you about the inquiries that you were making about where these fees were?
Yes, he actually came in the next day. First thing, Chris did not answer me, but Alec came in the first thing and said, that money's in Chris's trust. Why do you need all this information? And I basically said, we just need it for our records.
Oh.
It's what we have in ours and it's
I bet he
required for
did.
us to keep. He assured me that the money was over there and that he'd get the records and they would get everything that we needed.
And that was some point after June 2nd.
I believe it was the next morning.
This mostly
Did you
female
seek
jury
him out
can
or did he
imagine
seek you out?
exactly
Say,
what
hey,
that
no,
conversation
the
was
whole time.
like.
He seeked me out.
Why are you questioning
That's what
me?
he told you?
Yes.
All right. Around this time, did anybody
Why are you
else,
questioning me?
did you have any discussions with any of the other partners about what was going on with this?
I did. I'd initially gone to Lee Cope because he's one of the partners that does a lot of the managing, and he happened to be the one that was in the office.
So he's a
when this
managing
was
partner.
going on that I could find and talk to. And he also helped me come up with the plan of how we were going to handle it so Alec would not think Annette was questioning. Mark.
Because they were worried about
also knew something
retaliation.
about it. So
They wanted to strategize so Annette wasn't the one having to deal with it.
Was there any discussion about anyone contacting Chris Wilson?
after we didn't get him, that came later.
That came later?
That came later.
All right. All right. So Alec comes to you and says, all that money's there. What's the next thing that happened that you did?
So the next thing that happened was on Monday, on June 7th, I went looking for Alec.
Let me slow you down. On Monday, June 7th?
Yes,
What year?
21.
June 7th, 2021. What happened?
Went to look for Alec, and when I got upstairs.
Okay, so this is the day of the murders. So I know we've been getting a little bit of the backstory here, and her testimony in this video, I've tried to condense it into just the most salient points, but she was probably already on stand 2 hours by this point when she got to June 7th. I might be exaggerating slightly, but pretty close to there. So we are now on the day of the murders. Now, this is the point. This is the reason. Remember, now, all this financial crime stuff, this came in via the 404 hearings, 403 and 404 hearings, that it was deemed admissible, right? Because it goes to prove motive for the state's theory. So it's giving context. As for the reason he did what he did, it's highly, well, of course, the boat case comes in anyway because Alex mentions it right off the bat, as we all know, on the 911 call and right when law enforcement shows up. So he did that favor to himself. But with as far as all the financial stuff, really, so why are we here? We're here because of what happened on June 7th in terms of in the trial, her testimony. What's the point? So here we are. We're at the we've arrived at the morning of June 7th, 2021. Wow, it's crazy, right? That was not that long ago. That's insane. Wow. Okay. All right. Let's see what she has to say.
He was standing outside of his office leaning on a file cabinet, and he looked at me with a pretty dirty look, one I'd not seen before, and said, "What do you need now?"
I bet.
Clearly disgusted with me, which kind of raised my hackles. So I said, "Well, let's go in your office and talk about it." When we went in his office, I told him, I said, "I have reason to believe that you received the Ferris money directly to you, and you need to prove to me that you did not." And he assured me again that the money was in there. I told him I still needed to see the ledgers or proof that it was. Again, he told me the money was in there, that we could get it any time. Said he was trying to leave it in there to decide what to do as far as structuring some more money or putting more money in Maggie's name.
You asked him for proof, is that correct?
Yes.
She questioned
Proof that
him.
he didn't have that money.
She
Yes.
questioned him. How dare she question
Were you
him?
able to complete that conversation?
What do
on
you
the
want
morning of
now?
June 7th, 2021?
I can
It was
see it.
actually the afternoon of June 7th.
Afternoon.
But no, we were not able to complete it. During the middle of our conversation, he took a phone call, and the call was saying that his father was in the hospital and that there was nothing more to be done and he was terminal. So at that point, I've known Alec since I was 16 years old, known the family forever. It turned into a personal conversation about how's your dad doing? How's everything doing? What's going on? And I basically thought he was leaving to go to the hospital to attend to his father. So I left the office at that time and we didn't discuss the money anymore.
That's good testimony.
You thought he was leaving to go?
I thought he was going to go to see about his father.
She thought he was going to leave
when
to see
the
his
boat
father.
case
He
was?
stayed at work.
The boat case hearing
I
was?
believe it was June 10th,
June 10th?
21, within a few days.
And then he goes home and is dicking around with the trees.
Were you surprised?
So one of the things that, as I've been going through and putting all this together, and I've been wormholing, as I call it, which is essentially me pacing around my violin studio at my house in circles, and my brain goes on like super squirrel mode, like yeah. But I guess it sort of comes from me asking questions. So essentially, where I guess I would say how I'm trying to parse all of this information in terms of getting to the bottom of the story. And in order to do that, we have to know kind of what really caused it. Now, there's a lot of things, right? And that's part of why it's so complicated. But I think one place to start, as we listen to this testimony from Jeannie, from Ronnie Crosby, from Chris Wilson, because they're such key witnesses and they each have a different perspective on what they witnessed and tell the story in a different way and really important stuff. I think a good place to start is with the question of how much does it seem like they would have deemed necessary in order to buy him time? Like, in other words, when they talk about the brothership in the firm and they're like a family and, all that, it's quite significant what's going on with Alex's dad, right? Because this is this is one of the little kinks in it, right? Because what's happening on June 7th, a lot of things are happening that day. And one of those things is that his dad is considered, announced to be terminal and put into like what sounds to me like a hospice situation, essentially. So that means A, the death would be imminent, unfortunately, and B, that's, a notch in his whole like distraction motive / sympathy motive, what have you, right? So part of how I'm wanting to assess this testimony, and I'm hoping that y'all can help me with that, is as we listen to these witnesses, I'm really curious as to their perspectives on, especially when it comes to his dad's health, because that really matters. If it's sort of like a thing of like, well, that's too bad, but like, that's not going to do it because, he was like, like what I'm getting at is like, well, we know he was older, he was sick, and as much as I hate to say it, like, does that make a difference, right? Like, this all matters. Like, is it that, well, if you have a parent who's elderly and has been ill for a long time and they pass away, is that not the same as like a wife or a son? I'm glad you're listening, Tennis Girl, because I really would love to get y'all's thoughts on this. So because the dad thing was out of his control, right? But then it's sort of like, well, that's where the question comes in, is like, how much time would that buy him? How much sympathy would that buy him? Because, and this is sort of what of course, the defense is going to argue on cross, which is like, well, then he didn't need to kill his wife and son, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's got his dad. Of course, and this is what I go through in my brain, right? Because then the other counter argument to that is, well, he didn't actually know exactly how long his dad was going to live, right? And this conversation was imminent on this day. So that's another good point, of course, which is like, well, his dad's terminal, like, could be tomorrow, could be the next day, could be next week. And like, he needed immediately a huge distraction because he knew this conversation was coming. So again, I think it's really interesting to go through and listen to their testimony and kind of try to weigh that out. Like, from their perspectives, these witnesses' perspectives, what things did they see to be the biggest, what's the right word? Factors, like in where they felt a lot of sympathy and compassion for Alex. And I've got more thoughts on all this, but I'm going to table that for now, and so we can listen to some of this testimony.
Hear from him in the office?
I was, because I thought he was leaving.
Thought he was leaving because of the call from his father.
His father.
And then he goes home and is messing with the trees and acting like everything's fine. And then he doesn't go see his dad. He goes and sees his mom. Why was he? This gives the prosecution room
Did
to
you go home
argue.
at the end of work that day?
I did.
Why didn't he go to the hospital?
Go back home and had a normal evening?
Yes, until about 10:30.
Tell me what happened at 10:30.
I got a call or started getting texts from friends asking if I'd heard if Maggie and Paul had been shot. I didn't know anything about it. They were hearing things on.
And I'm just going to say real quick that I've put a lot of brain power into this, and I've run through a million scenarios in my head. And without getting too much into it, I'll just say it, because we'll talk more about it later. I'll just say that as far as everything that the state is arguing for his motives, the delay, everything, right? We all know and we'll go through it later. So for now, I'll just say we know what the state is arguing for the delay and to get rid of the boat case and all this, right? The financial issues. I can say with a lot of confidence that he only needed to kill Paul to satisfy all of those, whatever you want to call them, those needs, wants, what have you, all of those motives. He only needed to he only needed to kill Paul. He did not need to kill Maggie. So if you're listening, think about that as we're going through and actually think about, okay, where does he benefit as we're hearing about his motives, all this stuff's going on, where does it benefit him? And here's why I mention it, because remember, he lured both of them there, okay? They were not supposed to be there. So this is part of why it's so interesting, right? Because Maggie was supposed to be at Edisto and Paul was supposed to be, I think, in Colombia, but he was like out, I think it was Colombia. So he lured both of them there that day, only hours before he killed them. And he did not lure Buster. Another point, right? He did not kill Buster. So we have to think about these things. We have his dad who's dying of natural causes anyway, okay? Then we've got a wife and 2 kids, and he kills the wife and one of the sons and not the other, okay? So, and I'm ready to see what you're saying here about the divorce. Yeah, there's not really evidence to support that. I know there's a rumor, but I've done a lot of research and we hear from people in the know as well, of course, on SDS, and I've not seen any evidence to support that. I think the only thing that really kind of made it seem like that was the fact that her ring was found in the car or whatever, but there's a million different reasons that could cause that. She had not talked to any of her friends or family and said anything like that from what we understand, as far as I remember. But even if that was the case, it wouldn't make sense to bring about more than one person to kill them for different reasons, in my opinion. Like, in other words, okay, I want to kill Paul because of the boat case and what have you, and I want to kill Maggie because of a different reason, and then I'm just going to do them at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, just the psychology of that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. Like, he lured them there together at the same time. I just think there's something significant to that. Again, when we know his dad is already passing away and he doesn't lure Buster there. So I have thoughts. I'm not trying to answer that question yet because I want to go through it and really think about it and see what y'all have to say. But it may be a while before I even get to my thoughts, because it's kind of there's a lot of backstory probably to that. But I think that at the heart of it is those questions I was just saying, which is, what did he really need to do in order to benefit in terms of what he was seeking? And I really think, again, if we listen to what the prosecution is saying, I think that it really does reason. He really only needs to kill Paul to satisfy those. So, okay, we'll come back to this. Let me play some more testimony here.
So I sent text to a couple of the attorneys and did not hear back until probably 2:00 in the night. Mark emailed me back or texted me back that they in fact had been shot and killed.
Was that shocking?
It was very shocking,
Was everybody scared?
very scary. You know, nobody knew what was going on, so very scary.
Ooh,
You said this law firm was like a
That's a look.
brotherhood, correct?
That's correct.
Did everyone rally to LXA?
We did. Nothing happened that week.
better have just asked what did
at
they do
work.
in response?
Everybody spent time with Alec, trying to support him, bringing family meals, attending the funerals, so nothing happened
Of course they were.
all week.
After the murders happened, was anybody at all concerned about getting the proof for those missing fees after those murders happened at that point in time?
We weren't, because we were concerned about Alec. We were just worried
Pardon?
about his sanity, so we weren't going to go in there and harass him about money when we were worried about his mental state and the fact that his family had been killed. It just wasn't even on our mind at that point.
Wouldn't be on your mind, would it?
No,
Did you ever receive any communication about those fees that kind of put the matter to bed at least a little bit?
we did. Lee Cope, who is one of the partners, took over. We decided we were not going to press Alec, but Lee made some contact with Chris Wilson during that time, asking Chris for information.
And we will hear about that.
I
This is all
believe After
hearsay.
that, Alex searched me out again and said,
she didn't
hey,
say
I've
what
got
was
that
said.
money. But it wasn't until, I believe it was July 19th, I received an email that Chris had forwarded to Alec. Alec then forwarded the email to myself and Lee Cope. And in that email, it said, I am holding the fees for the Ferris case, and he named the amounts and said they are available anytime that you should need them. So we're being told by outside counsel that the money is there.
Super planner girl, real quick. So, okay. I'm so glad you're here. So I will just try to fill you in real quick on kind of what I was just talking about. So, you haven't missed a whole lot. We've just started out with watching Jeannie Seconder here on Direct. So she's talking about June 7th. And basically what I was mentioning is that, oh, good. I'm so glad. That's awesome. So pull up your comment here. Yes, indeed. So, okay. So I was mentioning before how the questions that I have is, as we listen to the testimony from Jeannie, from Ronnie Crosby, from Chris Wilson, asking ourselves collectively, from their perspectives, what does it sound like their standard was for just how much was required to meet Alex's goals? So let's say that it's sympathy, let's say it's distraction, right? So that they'll leave him alone about the financial stuff, right? All that. How much was required? Because we know that his dad has just been put into the hospital and he's terminally ill, right? And he's going to pass away any day. So there's that. And they all knew his dad, obviously, because his dad, was at the firm and all that. So not only is it sympathy for Alex, but maybe a little bit of grief for themselves as well with his dad's illness. So does it sound like that was enough? Or was that not enough, right? Because like I was saying just a second ago, as disturbing as it is to say, it's like, well, Alex could have been weighing in his head. Will they have more sympathy for it if it's, let's say, I don't know how old his dad was, let's say 80 something. He was elderly, right? He's been ill for a long time, and he passes away. Well, maybe they're not going to give him as much sympathy for that as they would a wife and son, right? So there's that factor. And then the other thing I was mentioning is that I find it significant that looking at least if we go with only the state's theory for his motive, which I don't think is wrong. I just think there's maybe more to it. But if we go with only what they're suggesting, I would suggest that he only needed to kill Paul to satisfy those ends, he would not need to have killed Maggie, which means, again, that's where there's a missing piece there. So, and just to reiterate, his dad's already passed away of natural causes. He lures Maggie and Paul there. They were not supposed to be there. Just to reiterate, Maggie was supposed to be at Edisto. Paul was supposed to be in Columbia, and he lures them there only, 2-3 hours before he kills them. And of course, there's the other craziest part. He leaves Buster alone. So he's got a dad who's dying of natural causes, and then he lures Maggie and Paul there, but not Buster. So, and I'm reading your comment. You didn't call for Maggie to come from the beach. I'm not quite sure what you mean. I remember he was requesting her to be there, and she was not wanting to go. I remember that much. It might have been that it was text messages, not calls. Maybe that's what you're referring to. But she was at Edisto, and I remember she was planning on returning because it was like she left the front door unlocked or something like that because they had renovations going on. And that was a big clue as to the fact that she was planning on not staying the night at Moselle. Yeah, and also it's right. And by definition, he's actually not a family annihilator because a family annihilator also kills all the pets. Right. Yes, exactly. Yes. Yeah. He requested her and Paul. He said, he told Paul he had to come over to help him with the freaking sunflower things in the dove field, right? Because the trees were cantilevering over. And then he lured Maggie there, saying he needed support because of his dad or whatever, right? And then, of course, they don't even go and do anything with that. Yeah. So, by definition, family annihilator. And he would have had to kill Buster as well, too, to fit that. And Dr. Brucato puts him actually in the category of an elimination murder. Which essentially means something's in the way. But yeah, I know. So I can't, that's why if there's ever one of those cases with a family annihilator, there's been a handful of them, I can't do it because of the pets. It's just not too far. Yeah. So, and actually just real quick too, to say that Chris Watts, people will say he's a family annihilator. He left. I know they had at least one dog. They might have had more than one, but he's, by definition, he's not, because he left the dog. And the whole point is they want a clean slate, so they get rid of the whole thing. And usually it's like they'll also burn the house down type of thing too, right? So he was not. Anyway, okay, that's a whole other tangent. But my point is, so as we're listening to this testimony, what I'm looking out for, and what I'm hoping y'all will look out for, and to hear y'all's thoughts is again, first of all, how much would they have needed to leave him alone to buy him time? How much was needed? Because you'll see that they have a lot of sympathy over his dad, right? And then the other thing is, in order to satisfy the motive as the state is presenting it, what all would Alex have needed? Like, let's say you're him, right? And you're like, let's say you're him and you're like, yeah, the dad's not going to be enough, right? That's not enough, whatever. He really only needed to kill Paul. This is what I'm suggesting at this juncture, is that whether his dad was ill or not, even if his dad was perfectly fine, really, if we go off of what the state is suggesting, he really only needed to kill Paul in order to satisfy that. So that means that's important, because it means that I'm not saying that this is incorrect. I'm saying that's part of it, but there's more, right? And that's the part that is the mystery that we are trying to solve here together, and especially me, because I really want to solve this mystery. But to figure it out, okay, well, that's an important clue, right? Like, if he really only needed to kill Paul, why did he also kill Maggie? And why did he not kill Buster? Okay, so you are very welcome, Super Planner Girl, and onward. Sally forth.
That's what you were being told?
Yes.
When you got that email, that at least for the time being, that looked like the matter was put to bed?
Yes. I mean, these are members of the bar who've taken a sworn oath that we're supposed to trust, and they're telling us the money's there.
Right.
I'm still in exhibit 312, and we'll put this up on the screen. Do you recognize that?
She's
That is the
absolutely
email
right.
that I'm referring to.
They took an oath.
And this email comes from who to who?
Comes from Chris Wilson to Alex Murdaugh,
And then it gets sent to who?
myself and Lee Cope
From who?
from Alex Murdaugh.
All right. And can you read to the jury that paragraph right there? What was forwarded to you to sort of put this matter to bed?
Alex, as discussed, I am confirming that I'm holding in trust $600,000 in the Andrell Ferris case and $192,000 in the Denise Ferris case, which represent attorney fees. I will continue to hold these monies in trust until I'm instructed by you and your firm regarding payment.
Does that leave you to believe that those monies have been there all along?
We will hear from Chris
Yes,
Wilson later.
with some hesitation on my part because it still seemed a little shaky to me. But I've decided that I would have to believe what was presented to me.
Still shaky,
And
she
this,
said.
what's the date on this particular email?
Interesting.
July 19th
So we're just
of
over
2021.
a month after murders, is that correct?
Yes, a little over.
You had mentioned before the first thing that kind of came to your attention, and what case was that?
Hirschberger and Ferris.
At some point in time, does that Hirschberger matter kind of come back to your attention to take a look at that?
Yes, like I said, I had it sitting there on my desktop right in front of me. But due to work and personal obligations and things that were happening that summer, I didn't start looking again until September. And decided to start combing through his fees for the year and just making sure that we had not missed anything else.
Before you go on with that, around that same time as you're doing that, does Annette Griswold come into your office?
She did. Incidentally,
Oh, I thought he said
during
apples.
the day, after
Office?
I found what I'm about to discuss with you, she walks into the office and had found a check on Alex's desk that was made payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, and it was from Chris Wilson's trust account, and the amount, I believe, was $225,000, and it was signed on the memo, Ferris fees.
All right. And what is states 313?
That is a check from Chris Wilson's client trust account payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh Esquire in the amount of $225,000 referencing Ferris fees.
Is it made out to the law firm?
No.
Who's it made out to?
It's made out to him personally, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
When you see this check,
Is there mumbling?
what, if anything, is your realization?
That he stole the money, that he'd been lying.
And what's the date on that check?
March 10th, 2021.
All right. So, and that brings you that check, and you're also looking at the forward. You said, explain what you were doing as well when this
Yes.
was going on.
So simultaneously that day, I decided to print out a listing of forged payments to Forge Consulting. And as I was printing those out, I was printing supporting documents and canceled checks. And as the canceled checks hit the back of my printer, I could see Alex Murdaugh's signature on the back. It would say Alex Murdaugh, and a lot of them were Bank of America. And as everyone came out, I started noticing it more and more, and the sickest feeling you could feel in the world. I knew that he was stealing all this money.
I'm sure she did. I'm sure
At
she
that
did.
point, William Barnes just happened to call over to my office and said, "What are you doing? How are you doing today?" And I said, "I'm about to throw up.
She's like,
You
"I'm gonna
need to come over here."
Barf in the trash
And
can.
showed him the checks, at which point he verified that he thought that was Alex's signature as well. From there, we called Mark Ball. Mark Ball came and looked over the information. We showed him the proof of the check with the $225,000, and Mark noticed that one of the cases that he definitely knew it could not have been going to forge because it was a workers' comp case.
Which case was that?
That was Thomas Moore.
Keep going.
So he knew that.
So just to answer this question, so I really do think so. I think there's a couple of reasons for that. First of all, his family is so established. Like Alex himself is a partner in the firm, but goes back generations. His family in that law firm basically runs that town. And it's kind of ironic because while it's almost like they have this reputation of, as if they should be in that position of power because they are reputable and honest, blah, blah. It's actually quite the opposite, right? Again, being ironic. But apart from that, I do believe that they didn't know. Well, okay. So I believe that Jeannie and Annette are testifying truthfully as to when they had suspicions. But of course, that didn't mean they knew for sure. So what we hear is like they have these suspicions, right? But he keeps putting their mind at ease and telling them just leave it alone. Don't, he manipulates them and he weasels his way out of it. And he does the same thing with his partners as well. And we'll hear from Ronnie Crosby, Chris Wilson. He does the same thing to Chris Wilson. He weasels his way out of it. He tells you something that is a lie, but it sounds believable. It sounds like he was really good at just on his feet thinking of another lie. And so, until he ran out, he used them all up. But additionally, the consequences for everyone at that law firm, like including Jeannie Seckinger, including Annette, the other paralegals, the consequences for actually discovering, like misappropriating of funds, anything like that, the consequences are so huge for them that there's no way. Like the standards that you have from the ABA, like the American Bar Association, and the ethics, the same apply to paralegals as to attorneys, believe it or not. So essentially, a paralegal has to operate under all of the same exact rules and standards that attorneys do ethically. So that includes if you become privy to information, like it's exactly why we hear later how they say when they Alex actually tells them that he's trying to divert fees because of the boat case. They flat out say, Ronnie Crosby says it on the stand here later. He says, like, fuck no, like that's like illegal, unethical. We would be disbarred. I mean, the consequences would be huge. So, and that's even just for diverting fees from the boat case. That's not even for stealing. So, oh yeah. And I'm looking at your comments here. So yeah, Ronnie Crosby's testimony is really, really, really important. And also we will talk about too, how it relates to Paul, because I think there's a huge connection with Alex using Paul in that instance with Ronnie that we'll talk about. But yeah, Ronnie Crosby's testimony is super important here. I think he does such a good job of just testifying so truthfully, and you can, it all makes sense because you can just feel his emotions. You can feel the hurt and the betrayal and the loss because of how they were so involved in each other's lives. But anyhow, that's a whole other, we'll get there. But yes, just, I do believe, I believe that they had inklings when they say they had inklings, but again, they were told, oh, it's, Alex kept putting their minds at ease and coming up with excuses. And, A, they trusted him and believed him. B, he's their boss, C, and they even mention it too, that like, there's of course a fear of retaliation. Now, once they confirmed that this was going on, they don't keep quiet, right? They go directly to Mark Ball and to Lee Cope and stuff, right? And then they have them handle it. So, but yeah. All right, let's keep going.
That money couldn't have been sent no matter what. We also discussed this with Lee Cope. We were trying to decide how are we going to handle this? What are we going to do? Lee Cope, it was decided that Lee Cope would contact Michael Gunn directly. And
We'll hear from Michael
a few
Gunn.
of the cases. We got a few of the names. Lee contacted Michael Gunn, asked him if there'd ever been, to please verify if there'd ever been any structures with that. And also asked Michael Gunn if they'd been banking at Bank of America. Michael's reply to Lee was that they had not banked at Bank of America in a number of years, and that he was unable to verify that those
I'll talk about
were
this at a break.
indeed
It's a good
set
question. There's an
structure fees for
exception. We'll
those
talk about it.
clients.
All right, so let me.
And also
slow
the
down
defense
real
isn't
quick.
objecting to anything. This
You
goes to
researched
affect
what name in there?
not the truth.
Forge Consulting.
So you're researching in your system Forge Consulting, correct?
We're getting to
And
fake
did you
forge.
find a number of checks?
We did,
You have access to the firm trust account checks on your system.
yes.
And when you saw those checks, what did you observe that caused that sickening feeling you just described?
That was a good question.
They were made to Forge instead of Forge Consulting, but also the fact that his signature was on the back and the endorsement on the back was Bank of America.
And what did that indicate to you about all those checks when you saw his signature on them?
That they were stolen fees, stolen money.
What's being stolen? What, if anything, is being stolen with Exhibit 313?
Really?
The check is being written directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh. And in the other scheme, it was written to a Forge account, which we realized was a Forge bank account. We found in the office a few days later, bank statements that said Richard Alexander Murdaugh doing business as Forge.
This is his family's law firm. This is 100-year-old legacy
Right. So
with
you
the
said a
Murdaugh
few
name
days
and the
later in
title.
Alex's office, you found
To
some bank
question a
statements.
named
That's correct.
Do you
partner
remember what bank they were on?
Bank of
about
America.
stealing?
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as
Fucking
Exhibit
terrifying.
335 and see if you recognize that just as an example.
I do.
And what is that?
This is a bank statement from Bank of America with the name Richard A. Murdaugh, sole prop, which means proprietor, doing business as Forge, and it has Alex's home address as the contact on the bank account.
And they found this in
You
his
found bank
office.
statements on this account in his office, correct?
That's right.
Is this the legitimate Forge bank account?
It's the fake Forge bank account.
Fake Forge. Fake Forge. Fake Forge. This is important testimony because it gives that context to what was going on with Alex.
That was on the account that you found?
Yes,
I like this testimony because two women doing
You
their
call it,
job
quote, fake
didn't
Forge.
back
Fake
down
Forge.
And why do you call it fake
to this
Forge?
power.
because there is a real Forge Consulting, but this was a fake company that he set up to mimic and look like and designed to look like Forge.
The real Forge, who's the main guy?
And they
The real
took it
Forge?
down.
Michael Gunn.
And does this account right here in Alex Murdaugh's name have anything to do with the real Forge?
Absolutely none.
That's probably lacks foundation, Creighton. Just wait till Michael Gunn's on the stand. You know he's going to
Going back
testify.
to Exhibit 313, this check.
Alec
The
thought,
problem is,
who are you to
who should
question
have this check
me?
been made out to?
That should have been made out to Peters, Murdoch, Parker, Elsdorf, and Dietrich.
And they
The
did.
law firm, correct?
That's right.
All right, so who is not getting what they're supposed to get in this instance for this check?
The law firm.
When we start talking about the fake Forge account, who's generally not getting what they're supposed to get? Is the law firm or someone else?
Generally the client, sometimes the law firm, but generally the client.
Generally clients. All right.
I think the fake Forge made it very hard to detect what Alec was doing. And they'll talk about this. They talked about it in her last testimony. None of the clients said they weren't getting paid. So it was never brought to the law firm's attention that there was an issue until the
And this is, and I totally agree. This is what I was saying earlier. I think it was before you were here, Super Planner Girl. How part of this whole thing with this annuities was it was so clever because it was the way that he was able to go undetected because the clients had no idea he was stealing their money. Because the whole point is, okay, you have this huge settlement, your money's in an annuity, it's taken care of, and then you get to see it in whatever, 10 years, 20 years, whatever the case may be, and it will have accrued interest, blah, blah. So meanwhile, they have no idea. And that's why the whole thing was so brilliant, but in a bad way, right? In terms of he couldn't have stolen that money if they had taken their settlement immediately. It was only because he was like, yeah, it's going into an annuity, so it's deferred, right? So then you'll get it later, that he was able to steal from them. And they had no idea because they thought their money was still in, the real Forge. So yeah. Crazy stuff.
Chris Wilson funds.
So you
They
recognize
never
this?
knew. And that was me snapping. For everybody's like, who's snapping? That was me. I was
Yes, this is a spreadsheet of all the payments made to the fake forge, referencing each client.
I was
and the
yesing
amount
over
that
here
was
by
stolen
myself.
from each client.
And did you prepare that?
I did.
Right. And is this based on an investigation that you had to do in the wake of all of this?
Yes, we did. We also had forensic auditors come in and look at this. We hired former FBI to come in and look at this. And we've also self-reported to the Office of Disciplinary Counsel, which maintains licenses. And
They
we've
reported
turned
themselves
over
to the bar.
10 years of information to them at least and provided them with all this.
Over here, is that when y'all had to pay the money back?
Yes, so for each one of these, the money that was stolen, all the partners
And
got
answer this
together
when
and
they
had to
stop
put the
talking.
money back into
It's a good
client
question.
trust. And we went through and corrected and met with every client and distributed money back to them. That's an ongoing basis still going on.
So for all these clients,
The law firm-
the law firm had to pay money back.
Is
Partners
paying
came
back.
up with money and paid all the clients back
And why did y'all have to pay all that money back?
because Alec had stolen it.
What was the total that you have, at least for this category?
$2,841,512.55.
$2.8 million. And the law
All right,
firm
let's
is
go
paying
back
it back to
To
clients.
early September. Do you remember what day it was that all this was happening?
September 2nd.
All right, and that brings you this check. You're finding these things. You say you talked to some of the partners about this.
Correct.
And what happens after that? What do y'all do?
We had
He was
a partner
pale.
meeting at Lee Coates' house the morning
He's looking
of
very red
Friday,
now.
September 3rd.
Is the defendant there?
No,
All right. Is Randy Murdaugh there?
September
Randy
3rd.
is not there initially. Initially, we showed all the remaining partners what we had found.
Oh,
that,
shit.
That he had been stealing. The consensus was, let's get Randy in here and let's show him. So he wasn't blindsided. Randy came in, we presented him the evidence, and he immediately hung his head.
Randy's on
and
the
said,
screen.
He stole it. We've got to do something about this.
All right. And did anybody
This is the
then,
day before the roadside
Go make
incident.
contact with the defendant.
So Danny Henderson and Randy Murdaugh went to confront Alec about it.
And what was reported to you after that conversation?
Also,
The
he stole
report
it.
was
Total
that
hearsay. They
Alec
should have
had
objected.
admitted that he stole the money and that we were forcing him to resign.
This is the day before the roadside incident. Chris Wilson confronts him after this, and then they have a conversation the next day. We're going to hear from that later.
Correct?
Yes.
I don't think the law firm will ever get money back from Alec unless
All right.
his family members
Looking at
know where
this
the money
particular
is.
line, and what was the effect of having that line in this disbursement sheet when it was prepared by the defendant and his staff?
You can see a line where the payment says settlement proceeds, structured annuity, 500 out. So basically what he did here was create a fake fee or fake recovery that he took a 40% fee on, $200,000. That $200,000 should have been the client's money, but he faked a fee.
Right.
Just phantom money.
So by putting this line in here, right here, with that fake annuity, then 40% of that would be,
It was counted in as fees under his column and on our system.
all right? And so just by that paperwork, poof, you have
Poof, phantom money.
phantom money. When you or your staff received these disbursement funds from Alec and his staff, did they cut them in the manner in which they were instructed?
Yes,
And why did they do that?
because they trusted him.
And in the majority of those instances that involve client money, did Alex Murdaugh also receive substantial legal fees in each one of those cases?
Yes,
And in each one of those cases in which that happened, at least on the ones we've gone through, according to your review, did he also misappropriate substantial money on top of that?
yes.
How long have you known Alex Murdaugh?
Since I was 16, so about 40 years,
Worked with him closely for how long?
22, 23 years.
Did you really know Alex Murdaugh?
I don't think I ever really knew. I don't think anybody knows.
Thank you. Nothing further.
How insane is that? She said she's known him for what, 40 years? It's just wild. Imagine, like, this must have been so hard for all of these people that knew him.
That was a good last question. Keep it short,
Thank you,
Jim.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
You have, show you Exhibit 314. You just put that
The
up.
other counts apart from murder are having the guns while committing the murder.
This is a summary of, was a listing of clients of the firm who the law firm had to reimburse because of Alex misconduct. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now you have been, the law firm has been working with various law enforcement agencies since September of 2021, I suspect, sharing all of this information.
Yes.
And with regard to Exhibit 314, it would appear that the law firm.
So I just wanted to briefly say real quick. So I have a little bit of the cross on here. Now, the reason why I find some of this stuff important with the cross-examination here is because essentially what Jim is attempting to do is essentially what I do and what anyone has to do if we're trying to get to the root of what's the rest of the mystery that we don't know about, right? Because again, under the assumption that, the state's correct in what was going on, but there's more to it than that, right? So essentially, when I listen to the cross, it helps me to go along those lines of like the thing, for example, with his dad, right? Like, well, and that's what we his dad was going to die anyway. Like, how much sympathy with that was? Maybe it wasn't enough sympathy. Maybe it was, what have you, right? But like anything that could poke a hole in, I'm not trying to poke a hole. Obviously he did it, right? But poke a hole in what other reason could there have been for him to do it? So, again, like how much did he need to do in order to satisfy what he was seeking, which was, relief from the boat case and uncovering the financial crimes and all that. So, so that's why I feel like this is important. And then after this cross, we have Ronnie Crosby coming up.
For all of these clients have paid out over $2.8 million. Is that right?
That's right.
And in a real way, the law firm is a victim of this conduct.
Correct.
And
Interesting.
and for each one of these client transactions that the law firm had to repay, I mean, you're aware that Alec has pending criminal charges for every single one of them.
I'm aware of that.
Ooh, interesting.
And the same with the
Letting the jury know
Palmetto
he'll be
State
punished
Bank.
for it.
matters that you talked about.
Letting the jury
Correct.
know he'll
He has
be
pending criminal
punished.
charges for every single one of them.
Yes.
Now, some of these, it looks like, according to your testimony, that this misconduct has been going on since as early as 2011.
Unfortunately, when we found that out.
Right.
It's going to turn it back around. What weren't you
10
doing?
years before
It's going to turn this right
the
back
murders
around
of
on
Maggie
them.
and Paul, correct?
That's correct. He managed to fool a lot of people, myself included.
Ooh,
Understand,
she's mad.
and I understand you have a right to be very hurt and angry about that, and are you hurt and angry about that?
Oh, yes. I take it very personally. It haunts me.
Fair.
That this happened.
That I let
You feel
this
like
happen.
it happened on your watch, and
Yep.
I don't think anybody would feel normal feeling like that. It's a big betrayal of trust.
And Ms. Seconder, when I'm asking you these questions, I'm not in any way diminishing your feelings and your anger. I'm just trying to flush out
Here comes the
how
cross
these relate
of how did you not
to
catch
the
this?
murder of Maggie and Paul.
I understand that.
Fair. He tried to ease into it. They all
But it
know
would
each
appear
other.
that this has been going on for years and years and years.
Unfortunately, yes,
Right.
it appears.
And it has cost the law firm in 2021 and still, over $5 million it paid out.
That's correct.
And when we're talking about the law firm, I mean, we're really talking about lawyers in the firm. His brother Randy, correct?
That's right.
They put up over
Johnny
5
Parker, who's now the
million
firm's named after.
already.
Ronnie Crosby,
Right.
Lee Koch,
Correct.
Mark Ball,
Correct.
and others that have come out of their pocket to reimburse clients.
Yes, they did.
The day Maggie and Paul were murdered, you went to Alex's office sometime in the early afternoon or mid-afternoon and to try to get to the bottom of
Oh, back to the day it happened.
where's the fee
Good.
that Chris Wilson's office says they wrote to you for the Ferris case,
Correct.
right? And he looked at you and he said, what do you want now, right?
Yes, he did when I was coming up the steps.
And you said, I wouldn't be doing my job if I wasn't up here asking you about this.
That's correct.
And I think you said he kind of had a angry look initially.
When I walked up the steps, he gave me a very disgusted look and said, what do you need now?
But then once you got in his office, his demeanor changed
He did.
and he assured you that the check was, the funds were still in Chris Wilson's trust account.
He did.
And as sort of fast forward in September the 3rd, I believe it was, 2021, Annette Griswold from your firm found a canceled check written from Chris Wilson's law firm directly to Alex Murdaugh, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that check wasn't written to Ford's Consulting.
No, it was written to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire.
So written to
And
him.
all of these papers that you have been introduced in part of your investigation, that's the only time that, at least in these documents that you brought to court, where Alec has gotten a check directly, personally from another law firm, and it didn't go to PMPED, right?
We discovered during the investigation that there had been another time that had happened, but that was not discovered by myself.
Okay. And that was with Chris Wilson's firm also?
Yes,
All of the other stuff that you brought here and talked about since 9:30 or so this morning involved this fake Forge account, right?
Well, no, some of it involved
And
Palmetto
then
State Bank.
there's some stuff involving Palmetto State Bank going back 2010, 2011, 12, 13.
Forever.
correct.
With regard to the
You guys have great questions in the chat. I will get to them
events of
when we take a break. I want to
June
hear
the
this
7th,
cross.
when you went and talked to Alec
I'm trying not to talk over it.
and you were asking him about where's the fee money. You had previously spoken to, I guess, Lee Cope or someone in the firm?
Lico. Yes, at that point, we thought he was trying to shelter money or move money into his wife's name or reduce his income for the year by not claiming tax, by not collecting a fee.
Right. And it really,
It's an intentional change.
and one of the reasons you
pacing.
thought that is because you had talked to him about what looked to be an odd way to structure an attorney's fee with the Hirschberger case.
Correct.
And he explained that he didn't care about the tax consequences. He was just trying to get money in the Maggie's name and not his name because of the boating accident.
That's correct.
And that was the concern and alarm within the firm, is that we're not going to participate in any way to shield high income from civil disclosure in a court proceeding.
That's correct.
Because that goes against the ethics and standards of the law firm and lawyers in that firm.
That's correct.
And no one at the time was thinking that Alec was stealing money from the firm, right?
I had my suspicions on whether it was really in there, but we were not pursuing it as stolen money.
And you had seen that, and I think it was May of 2021 or May 12th or something, that a disbursement sheet where attorney's fees went to Forge on the Hirschberger settlement.
Correct.
Now, it's not the first time the lawyers, well, lawyers in the firm have previously structured attorney's fees in big settlement cases, haven't they?
Once.
One time? And the way that works is the money goes
She's
from
doing
the
a good job
defendant
of
insurance
just answering
company
the
or
question
defendant
asked right
company
now.
or the source of payment. It goes not to the law firm and then to the lawyer. It goes to some financial entity, whether it's an insurance company or something. And then that money is then paid out in annuity over the years to the lawyer.
That would be the correct way.
And you delay taxes by not taking the money, right?
Correct.
And that's how it was done in the past,
Correct.
the one time it was done.
Right.
And your concern here was that's not how you do it because it looked like the money came into the firm and then it was written out to forge structure of a payment according to Alex.
Correct. It would not have been, the way it came in, it would not have been credited to his account. It would have just looked like it was going out as an item, so it would not have been accounted for correctly.
Right.
And he also did not discuss it with anybody in the firm or have permission to do that.
And the one time that it happened previously, I don't know what the amount of the fee was, but the point of the matter is that money never came into the firm.
And
But
the
all
firm
the
gets a
partners knew
7%
about it,
cut.
you knew about it, and you were able to include it in your calculations,
Yes,
including the 7.5% that the lawyer is responsible for paying into the, I guess, to the
to the kitty.
distribution fund or whatever it is.
So
Yes.
he's getting to
That's sort of a leveling
So-
account that helps
worked out this one
lawyers
time.
who haven't had a good year, brings them up and, it just sort of smooths out.
Kind of smooths out overhead, the different offices having different costs and
So he's getting
But
to
when
it worked out
Alec
that
had
one
given
time,
you
so he
that
didn't need to be
explanation and you
stressed about it.
said,
He shouldn't have been afraid.
that's not proper, you're going to get taxed. And he said that, I don't care. I'm trying to get money in Maggie's name, help Michael Gunn out.
Question.
You never talked to Alec about the Hershberger fee again, did you?
not to my recollection, not since after the murders happened, we did not discuss any of that.
And the Chris Wilson issue was, there was a settlement in the Ferris v. Mack truck
I'm
case.
waiting.
The law firm receives an
To get
expense
to-
check to reimburse the firm for the expenses, but where's the fee? Where's the fee? And that's what started the questions being asked.
That's right.
Okay. And you went in on June 7th to ask Alec about that. You got to show me proof it's in his trust account. Is that right?
Right. I told him we had reason to believe that he had received the money and I needed to prove that he had not.
And during that meeting, he received a call that his father was being put back in the hospital.
Or was in the hospital and was terminal, that they had decided that there was nothing else they could do for him and he'd be terminal.
And you took off your CPA hat and your CFO hat and you befriended him
Correct.
because you knew how close he was to his father. Is that right?
I do.
They're
You know,
using this witness to humanize Alec a
father-
little.
Was a
Interesting.
well-known lawyer and was a legacy name in that law firm.
That didn't really mean anything to me. I've just known him since I was 15, 16 years old. I didn't think of him in terms of
Legacy.
that. I thought of him in terms of a friend and my friend's father.
Right. And the Alex close to his father
Yes,
Smart.
and his mother
as far as I know.
and
And
his family. He was
and his
close
brother?
to his family.
As far as I know, I had not spent any time with him around his family in over 17 years.
His brother that he stole from.
But after you
They didn't run in the
learned that
same
his
circles, is what she's
father was
saying.
going back in the hospital or was in the hospital and was terminal. But just fast forward. This was the 7th of June, correct?
Thanks,
Yeah,
y'all.
The Monday. the
Thanks for
7th.
subscribing.
And on the 10th, Mr. Murdaugh died, did he not?
I believe that was the date, yes.
Okay, just a few days after this, he died
Yes.
of natural causes.
Yes,
Okay.
And so when you learned on the 7th that his father was terminal or going back in the hospital, you became his friend and
Jim
you
has
didn't
positioned himself
continue your
right
inquiry
to have a good conversation with this witness. It's just unfortunate
anymore
for
that
the,
day. Right?
no, because I had told him what I needed and he knew what I was expecting to get back. And I was under the impression he was leaving to go care for his father. And in our firm, we're very family oriented, and anytime there's an emergency or something we need to do, we grant the person the time off, and I made the assumption he was going to go take care of that.
Right. And
fair
then,
assumption.
then you learned that night that Maggie and Paul were murdered.
Playhouse toys, that's a good
Right.
point.
What were you scared of?
Well, when this happened, there
Good
was a lot
question.
of rumors rolling around. Nothing this violent had ever happened. We didn't know who had gone after his family, if somebody was going to come after him, if somebody was going to come to the office and come after him. There was just a lot of dissettlement within the office.
They were afraid of a vigilante.
And constantly having to, employees were scared.
But your mind didn't go to.
Be
"God,
careful with
I bet
that.
He killed his wife and son because I asked him about the Ferris fee, right?
Ooh,
No.
there it is. Okay. It'll be interesting to see what
Then
the
after that,
prosecution does with that.
You didn't continue investigating the Ferris fee. You let Lee Cope deal directly with Chris Wilson.
Lee Cope advised me that he would take over.
This is a good cross-examination.
But
Some
the inquiry and the Ferris
open-ended
fee
questions.
didn't stop because Maggie and Paul were murdered, did it?
It did, as far as talking to Alec.
Well, I mean, Alec told you what he told you, and then the inquiry was, is he telling the truth? And let's deal directly with Chris Wilson, right?
Correct.
So the inquiry didn't stop with Maggie and Paul's murder, did it?
It stopped for a period of time,
How
She's
long?
not going to shake
a
that.
couple of weeks,
Couple of weeks,
maybe a month.
maybe a month.
No question pending. Jim,
The death of his wife and son guiding 30 days reprieve on your investigation into the Ferris matter.
it's a
Is
good,
that what happened?
good question.
Well, it did, and then we received word from Chris. At that point, we still did not receive the documentation, so it did delay receiving the documentation.
Now, let's be clear.
Please.
When you're looking into the Ferris matter and you go in on June 7th, it wasn't reported to you by Maggie Murdaugh that, hey, I think Alec's stealing money. You didn't have any conversation with Maggie about that, did
I
you?
never have conversations with Maggie.
Or Paul, he wasn't involved in any way with the Ferris fee, to your knowledge, was he?
I never had a conversation with Paul.
And Lee Cope's dealing with Chris Wilson's office, and then turns out that Chris Wilson sends an email to Alec saying the money's in my trust account, and Alec forwards it on to you and Lee Cope. Is that right?
Correct.
And once that happened, there was no rush to grab the money out of Chris Wilson's trust account, was there? In July of 2021.
We did not make the rush at that point because we had enough operating money and we were going to come back to it. Typically, the attorney dealing with that case would handle it, and Alec was not in the office very much.
Okay. So the firm had plenty of money to operate, and you just needed to get the money into
Before
the
the end
firm
of
by
the
the end
year.
of the year when you did the bonuses. Is that pretty much how things were being looked at in July of 2021?
I don't know that we would have waited until December, but we just were not doing it at that point that summer. It was actually just an irregular summer, both personally and professionally, keeping up with other obligations and time frame to get it.
And so in September of 2021, you doing your CFO job, you decide that you had this Hertzberger thing, on your desk, or
They are
I mean, you said it was on your
going
desk.
a
Was it
long way to
desktop, or was
show
that sheet of paper?
that he
Well, it's
did
kind of
not
where my
benefit
important stuff is
from the
that I
death
need
of
to get
Paul
back
and
to,
Maggie
so it's
in
sitting
this
right on
way.
your monitor right in front of my face.
And
He's
You talked
trying
about
to
you
play
had a
down the
number of
benefit.
commitments and
Yep, he is.
personal issues.
That's their job.
I think you said, I don't want to know about your personal issues, but what I do want to establish is Maggie and Paul's murder did not cause you to delay in following up on the Hershberger matter, did it?
She already said it did. She said it delayed a
In
month.
some ways, yes, because the shock of it and the delay and the things going around the office did, but the true delay came in me finding the time to do it.
Yeah, you had a lot of other things going on.
Oh, the true delay came from her not having the time to do it. That's
And-
powerful testimony.
And what you
for
decided to
the
do is to
defense.
see if there were some other kind of structured fees that Alec had done in 2021 to sort of, like you did the Hershberger case, because you needed to know what his gross collections were and how much he owed to the firm. And that's why you looked in September 2021, right?
Correct. And I'm also still suspicious, in my own mind. I wanted to make sure that he had accounted for everything and that we had indeed collected everything.
Right. And so you ran a report at the law firm of
That answer gives the defense a lot of room to argue
clients with
that there was no benefit.
settlements. I mean, tell us what you did.
Well, I started running a report of all the fees that he had collected and started looking through those disbursements. And then it came to me that I could probably shortcut this a little just by printing off payments to Forge. And then I started focusing on those first.
No, I don't think I would
That's
do
when I
that.
found the checks and the information that I found.
But the prosecution
And
has
that,
to argue it. And the defense
Well,
has room
let's-
to argue
Do you remember about
that he didn't
what his
benefit.
fee
That's
collections
what they
were?
need.
About
So the other thing too that I'm thinking of is how, in terms of the uncovering of the financial crimes, there were two different things happening at the same time, right? One was because of the discovery in the boat case with Mark Tinsley, where he's trying to find out, Alex's assets and stuff like that, right? To where, as we hear from Mark Tinsley, yes, like with Paul being murdered, with looking like the victim of a vigilante, the boat case goes away. So again, that's where it looks like, Paul's going to satisfy, getting rid of Paul will meet that need to where now he's not going to be having to worry about providing his financial information over for the boat case and all that. But of course, then there's this separate from that, there's the law firm's investigation, Jeannie and them, into the financial crimes separately, to where boat case or no boat case, that was still happening. And so that's again where it gives us that it gives us room to question what else was going on, because as we hear from her, in terms of the law firm's actual investigation into the financial crimes, the murders of Maggie and Paul weren't going to permanently derail that, right? It was going to buy him some time. And in her words, in Jeannie's words, 30 days or so, a month. So it wasn't going to permanently solve his problem the way it was going to permanently solve the problem with the boat case, right? So he's got a permanent solution to the boat case, but it's not a permanent solution to the law firm's investigation. It just buys him more time. So I think that's something we want to keep in mind as well.
September of 2021.
I've got so many numbers in my head, but they were
Fair.
over $1 million, probably between $1 million and $2 million.
2 to 3 million.
$1 million to $2 million.
$1 million to $2 million of fee income that
He's
he
like,
had
what's a few
collected
million?
Correct.
when you run this report. And
Correct.
did that include or not include the 792 on the Ferris case?
It did not.
So if you had the Ferris case, it could have been over 2 million.
I guess I can't swear to what his number was. I look at numbers all day long, but that's the recollection and range he would have been in.
After you've learned about this fake Forge account, Alec didn't, I mean, and he was forced to resign from the firm that
That's
The
correct.
day or the next day, right?
The next day.
When you ran the report on forge, that shocked you, didn't it?
Yes.
This evidence is overwhelmingly
That
bad
information
for
had
Alec.
been in
So the defense needs
the
those little
systems
doors to attack the
of the law
motive.
firm going back, I guess, to 2015 when that fake forge account was first opened.
I don't know I don't think it was open that far back, but I had no reason to suspect anything was going on. We had no clients complaining about money missing. Trusted him. We had no reason to look.
And again, the whole reason why they had no clients complaining about money missing is because they didn't know it was missing because it was put into those annuities. Well, sorry, fake, alleged. It wasn't actually, but they thought it was, but it was really going to fake forge.
Right.
He fooled a lot of people, like I said, myself and us included.
And that's a good point. Their clients weren't calling up complaining around June 7th that, hey, y'all need to be looking at Alec because, something's amiss here. That wasn't happening around June 7th, was it?
No, and shamefully, when we did talk to the clients, they talked about how much they trusted Alec and how much he thought of them and how that they were shocked and confused by the fact that he had manipulated them and confused them all these years.
He stepped right into that.
So it sounds to me
Look at
like
her face.
on June 7th, you didn't observe
She's not
some
backing
pressure
down
cooker
at all.
going off within the firm as to how Alec was handling his business.
I don't know about anybody else's pressure cooker. I knew I was putting pressure on them to get the answers for the Ferris fees.
And it was
She is not backing down at all.
It
That was a
was
great answer.
brotherhood of lawyers, and the tragic murders of Maggie and Paul didn't do anything to affect what was in your systems. And you just started looking because you had had a conversation with Alec back in May about the Hirschberger fee going to Forge, not in an appropriate structured manner. And
Didn't go to the real
that
forge
was in
either,
early
Jim.
May, and you never had another conversation with him about that, right?
Well, May and June, in between, it was late May and June, the conversations about both were kind of in tandem because every time we would talk about Ferris, he would bring up, I'm going to book structure fees. But it never specifically readdressed the fact that Hirschberger, it did address the fact that he should not be doing this again, and that if he should, he needed to let somebody know. I believe Alec, meanwhile, was going around complaining to my partners about why I was on his case.
To
Oh,
his part.
Yes.
oh.
Just to answer this question real quick. So, with the Satterfields, to this day, Alex has never given them a dime. So, I think that with other clients, he maybe did give them, some of what they were supposed to be getting. But with the Satterfields, he never gave them anything. He just kept telling them, oh, it's in the works, blah, blah, blah. And the other thing is that with any of these cases, if they had just, won their case or settled or what have you and not done an annuity, they would have gotten that payment. They would have been expecting that in full. The only reason that you would get some and not all of the money, the only reason for that would be if it's structured in some sort of annuity where, again, they're not expecting to get the full amount until many, many, many years down the road. So.
Oh, Jim,
The,
shade. The shade. This is a
Let's be
battle of
clear,
the
the
wills.
Ferris
He just tried to put her in her place.
fee money was,
His partners, because she said, my
it didn't
partners.
show up on any of
Oh.
these reports, and it was all paid into the law firm.
Quick little battles of the
It
wills.
was sometime after September.
So here you are on September the 3rd, and you are.
He's trying to still background like he's the nice guy,
Running a report,
but she is
you see a lot of
she
forged
is
checks
not
on
backing
Alex
down.
client
She's-
files, and you start printing off the check.
That's correct.
That's how you discovered it. I mean, it was that Alex, and not only he's signing checks to
Today is not
Forge,
the
he's
day.
endorsing the checks and putting them into.
She
the
is
bank.
not the one.
Correct. And at the same day is when Annette found the check on his office that had been payable to him for the Ferris fees.
Yeah, I was going to get to that. So
Okay.
it just, I mean, that was pure coincidence.
Yes,
That
the
it happened
timing
on
of,
the
the
same
timing of that's pure coincidence.
They made some good points earlier, and
And
now
Alec, as you understood, was
they're letting her
confronted.
testify to things the prosecution
that-
did not and could not
that
ask her
next
about.
day or that
On
day.
Friday morning. I believe
Oh.
that was Friday the 3rd.
Jim,
So it was the same day that you,
she's
I
not
did
having
mine
your
on
shit, my
Thursday,
guy.
the 2nd.
so the second you did
Yes.
yours.
She's not having it. She is not going to back down at all. But the powerful testimony earlier that they elicited that gives them room to argue against this, because this is overwhelmingly
On the
bad for Alec.
7th in
So
the
they
afternoon.
need those little holes
Alec
about motive.
called you and asked you.
But if they keep
what
going,
his
they're going to get
balance
far
was in
afield
his
of it.
Law firm retirement plan.
Yes, sir.
And he told you he was working on the financial disclosure for the voting actually case.
Yes.
And he had called you
He's gonna
on other
lose his
occasions
point.
to get that balance because he was filling out financial statements for one thing or another, right?
He had before, yes.
Okay. So let me, do you know, when you know that he didn't have any life insurance on Maggie or Paul, do you know that?
I have no awareness of that.
Do you have a point? You had a point at the beginning, but I feel like we've lost it. Are we done? She is very confident in what she saw, what she heard, what she did, what she investigated. And Jim started getting,
No, that's all the questions I have.
oh,
Read that right.
Alec was like, no, we don't have any questions. Take a breath, Creighton. Don't come steamrollering in here.
You were asked some questions about when you
A breath.
had the conversation about the Ferris fees, and what was your concern then with just the Ferris fees back at that point in time on June 7th?
That he was trying to shelter money from the boat wreck or move assets out of his name or either delay collecting fees. So trying to hide income from the boat wreck.
At that point in time, did you have any idea about any of all of this?
I did not.
That's the
You were
pressure
asked
that asking about the boat case is going
About-
to topple all of this.
prior
And it did.
instances in which
Focus on
there had
that.
been like the loan, the double
Focus
loan
on that.
payment and the credit cards, and Alec paid that back, right?
That's right.
And he paid that back
Oh,
and everything was forgotten. Is that correct?
That's right.
You were asked about whether
Focus.
or not all of this was in your systems.
That's correct.
And it was in your systems, wasn't it?
It was.
Since 2011, correct?
That's right.
And he'd gotten away with it all that time.
He did.
I believe you testified that on June the 7th, 2021, when you went in to talk to Alex Murdaugh, that you had your suspicions, correct?
I did.
what were
You
those
demanded
suspicions?
what? What did you demand?
I
from him?
demanded proof that the money was actually in the account. I wanted the ledgers showing the transactions.
And did you tell him what
She
you
didn't want to
believed?
just
Did you tell him why you
Take
wanted
his
that
word
proof?
for it.
I told him I believed, I had reason to believe that he had received the fee payable to him.
You were asked a little bit about the law firm, and his father was in the law firm or had been.
He had been, yes,
Was his grandfather in the law firm?
yes,
Was there a long history of that family name in this law firm?
yes.
Is it the most prominent law firm in the area?
I believe so, yes,
A very prominent family name?
yes.
After the murders happened, did it seem right to you to raise those issues to the defendant?
No, as I stated earlier, we were concerned about the welfare of Alec and the feelings of himself. He was not at work, and we were trying to make sure that he was emotionally okay and able to deal with things before we pressured him about anything.
And then just a few weeks later, as still in,
Because
just
his
in
wife's son
July,
and
he's
dad
still in
died in
shock
3
from all of
days.
these murders?
Yes,
And did ultimately you get an email from Chris Wilson?
I did on July 19th.
And what did that email say?
Chris said that he had the money in the trust available to us,
He's
And-
got the money, so no big deal, correct?
correct?
And now we know from Chris Wilson's testimony that will come in, Alec was working behind the
Did you
scenes at
still,
that
though,
time
in
to
the back of
get
your
it
mind, have some
back.
suspicions going back for a while?
I had suspicions that I didn't really believe that because I'd yet to see the ledger or the proof, and it seemed like there's no reason not to send that to me if something wasn't going on.
She said, show me the receipts now. What we know when Chris Wilson testifies is that he and Alec were struggling to put that money together, and Chris
But
Wilson
ultimately-
put $100,000 plus of his own money in to fix it. But we're not there yet.
You turn back to these issues and that Chris Wilson check was found. Did that result in the uncovering of all of
That's
this?
the point.
It did.
Did that result in him losing his job at the law firm?
It did.
That's the
Where
point.
his family name had been a fixture there for
He's leading.
decades.
It's all
Correct.
leading.
Did that result in
So
him
much later.
losing his license to practice law?
It did.
And the defense asked you that. Did that result in him facing a ton of criminal
We just let
charges
him
based on
cross.
all of that?
Yes.
All of that was on the cusp of being uncovered, was it not?
Yes.
Yes, it
Was
is.
that on the cusp of being uncovered?
Yes.
Creighton is just like,
Any further
nope.
exam?
Very briefly, Ms. Sec,
That was a Creighton cross-examination is what that was.
finding the Chris Wilson check was coincidental to your work on the Forge account research, correct?
Yes, but as we uncovered the forge, we knew we had a problem.
Understand. And it was the Forge issue that led to all of this.
It had eventually been the issue if we'd requested Chris Wilson. Regrettably, that we did not in July, we would not have received the money because the money was not in there. We found that out later.
We'll find out about that, but
Yes, we will.
so the Chris Wilson issue is a one-off compared to all these other transactions that you brought here today, right?
That's right.
All right, thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Long
And
morning.
We will break for lunch.
Yes, we will. Great.
Thank you. Bring the jury.
Bring the jury. Hold on. Let's see. No, wait, that's the wrong one. Let's not do that. Let's do this. We're going to bring the jury.
Please, Court of Honor, State Calls Ronnie Crosby.
What? Fail. I'm way excited about this. This is even better. You know why? You know why this is better? Ronnie Crosby's the one that had the secret conversation. Secret conversation. Secret conversation.
Ronnie Crosby, Crosby.
Mr. Crosby, how you doing?
But is it RONNIE or
I'm doing
RONNY?
okay.
That's
Tell the jury what your profession is, please.
I'm an attorney.
secret
And where do
conversation.
you work for a particular firm?
I work for currently for Parker Law Group.
All right. And before it was Parker Law Group, did that firm have a different name?
It did. It was Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Ellsroth, and Dietrich.
That
Heard it referred to as PMPED in here earlier today. So
Do you know the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I do.
You see him here in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you point him out to the jury?
He is seated at defense table between Mr. Hartbootley and Mr. Griffin. I believe he has a blue blazer on.
Your Honor, can the record reflect he's identified the defendant?
oh, he's got his
It does.
body turned away.
When it was still PMPD, did Alex Murdaugh, was he a partner in the law firm that you were part of?
He was.
And as a result of Mr. Murdaugh's actions, is that law firm kind of changed its name now to Parker? Or is that one of the reasons? Or how would you explain that?
Well, yes, as a result of the actions that you heard about earlier today, we did change not only the name of the law firm, but to a separate legal entity.
We're very curious
How long
about
have you
the
been with, and
conversation.
let's just go back and call it PMPD before all this happened. How long had you been with PMPD?
I started in the summer of '94, so almost 30 years now.
And when did you first get to know the defendant?
Sometime in the late '90s. I probably met him before then when I was working as a clerk for a judge, Judge Slope, whose picture's here in the courtroom.
Of course it
And,
is.
probably met him in court, but met him, really think I started getting to know him at the time of his grandfather's death,
Okay.
which would have been in the late 90s.
His grandfather's death.
Randolph Murdaugh Jr. or the second, and he went by the nickname of Buster.
Was Buster in the law
So
firm as well?
Buster, then Handsome,
He was there when I started.
because they're all named Randolph.
Coming into the office, yeah, he was there. I don't think he was a principal of
This is
any kind of
Alex
equity partner,
grandfather
but he was-
Randolph.
He was there, yes.
Not his dad,
Over the years,
Randolph.
did the defendant did you become a partner in the firm?
I did.
And what year roughly do you recall becoming a partner in the firm? Roughly.
I would say somewhere around 99 to 2000.
Jesse, I think we all
Did
feel
the
attacked
defendant become a
that
partner in the firm as
1994 was
well?
like 30 years ago. Yeah.
Yes, he came
Fair.
to work sometime in the late 90s, early 2000, and then would become a partner probably somewhere around 2004, 2005.
I think Buster is the fourth.
Up until 2021. from that
Buster is
time?
the fourth or the
That's
fifth.
correct.
Just real quick before we move on, under the
No one
the
called
agreement
Junior.
that the partners had,
But
what is
Junior
the
would be
rule
the-
as it relates to fees that a
Junior would be the
partner earns
great-grandpa.
during the course of the year?
All fees belong to the law firm.
And
And I'm just pausing it real quick. Hi, Candace. You're very welcome, and I'm glad to have you here. Thank you for being here. So just real quick to just clarify, since we're talking about the Murdaugh family tree. So the very first, we have Randolph Murdaugh Sr., 1887 to 1940. He was the first. This is the same fellow who allegedly, wink, wink, staged a suicide by getting himself run over with a rail, like a train, like on the railroads, in order to give his family a whole bunch of a huge insurance payout because of a negligence lawsuit, right? So that was the first one. Then his son was Randolph Buster Murdaugh. So this would have been Alex's grandfather. This was the first of the Busters. After him, we have Randolph Murdaugh III. That's Alex's dad, also known as Handsome. The fourth would be Alex's brother, Randy. So that's Randolph Randy Murdaugh. And then Buster is not a fourth or fifth. He's just a Richard Alexander, nickname Buster Murdaugh Jr. So he's not in the lineage there because he's not the son of another Randolph. So in other words, if you were a Randolph Murdaugh and you had a son and named him Randolph Murdaugh, then it was a first, second, third, fourth situation. But because Buster is Alex's son, he's not given one of those numbers, essentially. But he would have been the fifth. If Buster had been Randy's son, he would have been the fifth. So yeah.
just very quickly, explain to the jury very quickly just the compensation. Is most of the compensation for a partner received during the year or in one lump sum at the end of the year?
Well, as Ms. Seconder laid out earlier, we receive a salary.
Because you were here listening to the testimony, because that's normal.
Net profits, which would generally be a larger portion of your income.
Also, just to address what she just said, Emily just said real quick. So a couple things that are unique to this trial, or I guess this jurisdiction, they allow all witnesses to be present all the time for other witnesses' testimony. Very unusual. They can all be present and are present. Many of them are there for the entire trial, watching everybody's testimony. So there's that. Another thing that's different is there are very few objections. Very few objections. The next thing is there are no sidebars. Actually, in this video later, we will see the very first sidebar and maybe the only sidebar of the entire trial. Because typically what they do is also because typically in a trial you have sidebars when there's objections, right? So sidebar objection, right? So because there's very few objections, there's no sidebars. So whenever they're discussing things, it's outside the presence of the jury. whenever the jury's on breaks and stuff like that, which is, I think, is a really efficient way to do it. Moves it along quicker for the jury. And I was trying to think if there was something else too that was unusual about it, but maybe I'll remember that later. Yeah. So no sidebars, very few objections. Witnesses are all present. Those were 3 main ones that differentiate this from other trials.
Although not always, sometimes depending on how someone's year went, you may not get much of anything as a bonus at the end of the year if your work did not generate sufficient fees to overcome the amount of overhead expenses that was assigned to the individual attorney.
Generally, though, most of the compensation is in that end of the year bonus.
That's fair to say.
Was that the case to your understanding for Alec?
Well, not just Alec, but it was for all of us.
So your observation over the years, did Alec had a relatively lucrative practice?
Yes, he did. He had up and down years like all people who do plaintiff's work, but yeah, he was had a lot of good clientele. Some
years he would get bonuses of 6 and 7 figures, to your recollection?
Yes, he could.
If a
It's weird to me that they are
lawyer
too.
were to do legal work while a partner in the firm
Weird. It's just
and have those
unusual.
fees, if he was sharing a case with another lawyer and had the lawyer issue those fees directly to that lawyer instead of the firm, what would that be?
Mr. Waters, I'm fooling with this microphone and I may have missed a nuance in your question. Could you ask that again? I apologize. Trying to quit leaning, but apparently I can't stretch it out any further.
Is it common in plaintiffs' cases for lawyers, let's say within the firm, or lawyers within the firm and lawyers outside of the firm to share cases?
Yes, I do that probably 70% of my practices with other law firms.
And in that instance, do you have to split the fee in the event there's a recovery by settlement or trial?
Yes, if there's a recovery up front before when the case begins, the work begins, there's an agreement on how a fee is going to be split with the other law firm. Sometimes there may be multiple law firms in a given case.
And are there instances then when the other law firm is responsible for dispersing the money, including dispersing the fees to PMPED?
Yes, that happens quite often.
And if a lawyer in PMPED were to have those fees made out to him or her instead of the firm, what would that be?
Well, it would be against our policy, but it would be stealing the fees from the firm if they did not come to the firm because they belong to the law firm.
Let me ask you a little bit about the defendant himself. What's your observation of the defendant's cell phone usage?
Oh, he was somebody who used his cell phone a lot. I mean, much more than I do. He was always on his cell phone.
This is making that gap when his cell phone is off
And
more.
describe a little bit about your observations of him
noticeable.
as a lawyer. What were his skills as a lawyer? What was he good at?
Elliot was a very good lawyer. He was good with people, very, very good at reading people, very good at understanding people, and very good at making people believe that he cared about them and building a rapport and trust with them. And he was very good with strategizing against insurance companies and opposing lawyers that ultimately got oftentimes
Very strategic.
results that the lawyers in the firm would be really amazed at what a good job he was able to do.
Was he good at understanding the emotional value of a case and being able to leverage that?
Yes, I mean, that goes hand in hand with what I just said. It is very much a strength that he had.
Emotional value.
Was he
He was leveraging the
a
emotional
technical
value
lawyer?
of the
Did he have
murders.
academic and technical skills as a lawyer?
Well, I'm not going to judge his intelligence because I think he's very intelligent.
Well, that
As far as
speaks
being
volumes.
a real student of the law, Probably wasn't, and never developed a technical expertise like some lawyers will. Some lawyers specialize in one thing, like medical malpractice, and that's all they do. But he didn't. He was more of a general practitioner.
He didn't want to say that he's
Around the time of
a people person and a rainmaker and
recession.
not.
Back 2008, 2009, 2010, did you ever have any conversations with the
Technical
defendant and gain a general understanding of his financial condition at that time?
I did.
And tell the jury what that was, please.
Well, for a number of years, Barrett and one of his non-lawyer business, Alec and one of his non-lawyer business partners, a guy named Barrett Boulware, they did a lot of real estate transactions, just buying land and speculating on it. And I think leading up to that, they had purchased some property that speculating that they could sell it maybe.
Real quick, Barrett Boulware is the fellow who actually owned Moselle, and Alex bought it from him. And where the kennels are, it actually, you may have heard they refer to it as a runway. It was an airplane hangar there because Barrett Boulware had planes, and allegedly, Barrett Boulware was, running drugs, apparently cocaine. I guess he was having people flown in from South America, something like that, Colombia. Anyway, and that was the whole reasoning behind having the private, what you call it, private, private airport. That's the word I'm looking for. And having his own planes and stuff like that. So anyway, yeah, that's, it's just funny because he just mentioned Barrett Boulware, and I was like, oh wait, that's crazy because that's who he bought Moselle from. So anyway, little side note there.
Some developmental property, and of course we all know what happened in 2008, 2009. That market went bad, and I think both Barrett as well as maybe some of the other partners did not have the financial ability to deal with those loans that they had financed it, and so I think Alec was having to carry a lot of that, and it put a strain on him financially. There was a string of rather large cases. Some of them I actually worked on with him that resulted in very large settlements. That would have been my understanding, would have certainly been sufficient to rectify that, as well as I believe ultimately some of that property that was causing a strain was they were able to sell it. So long answer, yeah, yes.
And what were some of those cases that you thought at least had rectified any financial issues that he had?
A case referred to as Plyler.
We heard about that case earlier
These are
today.
Generally, the way we refer to them. Pinckney, which also
We heard about that earlier today.
Thomas. I think the Plyler case was actually 4 cases, but we referred to it as one. And then he had a case called Badger, and
Heard about that one today too.
those cases would have been large cases.
And that's from your understanding that the legitimate legal fees from those cases were very, very large.
Yes, the law firm earned, and subsequently, Mr. Murdaugh would have earned good income off those cases.
Millions?
So the significance, I think, of that testimony he just elicited from Ronnie Crosby about what was his financial state like before, he was speculating on land, blah, blah. I think the point of that was because I think it's one of the only witnesses, if not the only witness, where we hear a little bit more of what Alex's financial situation was like prior to stealing for all the money, right? Prior to 2015. And so the point was that Alex had some bad land deals, blah, 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 but he had so many huge cases that he won after that he would have more than made up for that. So it's in other words, it wasn't an excuse. It wasn't like he was stealing money because he was still trying to recover from the land deals. So in other words, he had more than made up for the losses. And so begs the question. So then why the hell did he start stealing, right? And that's goes to, well, where did all the money go, right? The $1 million question, as it were.
Are you generally familiar with what's called the boat case?
Yes,
And is that the February 2019 boat wreck in which Miss Mallory Beach was killed?
yes, Ms. Beach actually worked for my wife.
Somebody you knew?
Oh,
Yeah, yeah, I knew her as well as the other girls and knew Paul.
oh,
As a result of that boat case, was it your understanding that the defendant had been civilly sued as a result of that?
Yes, there was a lawsuit brought against Alec and others.
he looks pained, truly.
Moving on from the boat case, did you ever have any conversation with, after the boat case, did you have any conversation with Alec about structuring his fees?
I appreciate that
In
Creighton has
particular
slowed
case.
down.
You know, that conversation had come up around the office with not only him, but other lawyers over the years. To my knowledge, I was the only lawyer to ever do that. But he did sometime in the spring of 2021, he had a conversation with me about that.
Okay. And what was the conversation you had with him?
I think it was just generally asking me, how it was, done, whether I thought it was a good idea, what the process was, that type of thing. And I don't recall the very
Sarah, I
specifics, but I
didn't
do
know
recall
that.
telling him that given the low interest rates,
Thank you for sharing. I knew they had been in a car accident.
Fruitful. If you had high interest rates and you can buy into a lot on an annuity, it would make sense. But, there were pretty much zero interest rates during that time.
When you made that point, did he have any response to that?
Other than he was thinking about doing that.
Now, you mentioned that you're actually the only one in the firm that you recall doing structuring some fees. Is that correct?
Yes, and I think that's a fact, not just that I recall.
And
I think that is
you
a
actually
fact.
set up a real structure, correct?
Well, yeah, I did.
Right. You didn't just divert the fees into another account and spend them, correct?
No, and to clarify, and I think Ms. Seckinger touched on it, was the traditional way of doing it to avoid taxes until you're older is you never take what's called constructive possession of the money. So whoever, if it's an insurance company or whoever's paying the money, would pay to the annuity company.
It just goes directly
You would
in.
buy an annuity and you'd have a contract, and then whatever the terms is when you would start receiving that money, and then you start paying taxes on it. You can take a structure without. There's since then become other ones, but they don't have the tax advantages. They don't really make much sense. Where you can take the money and then you're basically just buying an annuity.
He does. He looks really sad. Johnny, no, not illegal when done
Before I move
properly.
on, do you know a person by the name of Gloria Satterfield?
He was doing it for improper
Do you know of a
purposes.
person by the name of Gloria Satterfield?
No, I knew Gloria. I knew her for a lot of years.
And did she have any employment relationship with the defendant, to your knowledge?
Yes, she did. And when my children were first born, she helped my wife out a little bit with some laundry and stuff.
What, to your understanding, happened to her, if anything?
Oh,
My understanding was that
he has a lot
she
he
was
wants to
tripped
say.
by some of Alec and Maggie's dogs and hit her head, and approximately 3 weeks later, she died. I don't think she ever came out of the hospital.
Did you ever?
Of all the people that we hear from, I think Ronnie Crosby probably has had, what's the right way to put it, has the most grief and tragedy surrounding this, because so far it's like, so he had a personal connection to Mallory Beach because she worked for his wife. He also had a personal connection to Gloria Satterfield. And then of course we're going to hear about his relationship to to Paul and to Maggie, but I mean, it's crazy that he also had everybody that, you know, died in the wake of Alex Murdaugh, like Ronnie Crosby, like they were a friend of his. It's really, he's lost a lot due to Alex.
Or talk to the defendant about that event?
I recall having a brief conversation. It really wasn't a conversation. It was more him saying that the dogs knocked it down and that the kids were going to sue him for Gloria's death.
All right. The kids, which kids are you talking about?
Gloria's 2 boys, I believe she has.
When you say the kids were going to sue him, did he say it in the fashion of that was going to be an aggressive suit, or did he say it in the way that he was going to help out?
Oh, I understood exactly that it was going to be a friendly insurance claim, so to speak, so that, hey, this happened in hopes that the insurance company would probably pay them some amount of money.
Let's just recap that real quick. So at the point in time when Gloria Satterfield dies, Alex already has established this scheme. He's already doing this with his clients. He is representing them for these, you know, personal injury, wrongful death type of negligence cases, right? And he is stealing their money that they should have received due to settlements or you know, winning with a jury verdict. And then what are the odds, right, that Gloria Satterfield, who's been the housekeeper for the family for decades, basically helped raise Buster and Paul, at Moselle, trips on the dogs, dies, and then Alex is like, oh yeah, I know, I'll just sue myself so that I can steal all of the money. Interesting too that all of the people who were there that day, apart from Alex, are now deceased.
Yeah.
I took it to help him out.
Did you ever have any other conversations with him about that case other than that one?
Never had another conversation. Well, no, I've never had another conversation with him about it.
And he did do the friendly suit.
Are you familiar with the
He
case
took the money for himself.
known as the Ferris case or the Mack Trucks case?
Yes, I'm very familiar with it.
Did you have any involvement in that case?
Yes, early on, I had some involvement. I was asked to get involved because it dealt with a product failure, which is going back to your reference, has sort of been my specialty over the years. It was where a drive shaft had fallen out of a Mack truck and caused a motorist to have an accident. And when we looked into it, and it turns out there was a recall on it, and so it pretty much made it where it wasn't going to be much of a fight about Mack's responsibility. And so I knew it then, and then when I didn't do anything else in it until it was coming up to trial, and I spent a lot of time talking with Alex about evidentiary issues, witnesses, how they were trying the case, and the posture of it, that type of thing. So yeah, I was familiar with it.
Okay. Did you ultimately get involved? Were you
Sounds
one of
pretty
the lawyers
familiar with it.
representing the Ferrises?
No, I did not help him try it.
Did he have an outside lawyer associated with that, or were there lawyers from other firms associated with that?
Well, as I referenced earlier, sometimes there's more than just 2 law firms. There was a lawyer, a friend of ours in Columbia, that got named Mr. Ridgway, got Mr. Chris Wilson involved, and then in turn, Chris Wilson asked Alex to get involved, which Alex and Chris had worked together a good bit over the years. So there's 3 law firms.
Can these other lawyers try the Ferris case?
They did.
And did they get a recovery in that case?
They did.
And do you know how much Alex Murdaugh's share of the recovery was supposed to be?
I mean, the verdict was several $1 million. I believe that would have been in February of 2021. I believe the share that was supposed to go to MPED was $792,000 as our portion of the fees.
And you.
There's no foundation for that. How do you know that?
Firm, correct?
That's correct.
$792,000.
This is all coming in through other
Did you ever,
witnesses
in May of
also.
2021, did you ever have any conversation with Jeannie Seconder about those fees?
I did.
And tell me what that conversation was, please.
Why?
It was sometime in close relation
Why is no one
to Alex
objecting?
asking me about structuring attorney's fees.
Why isn't anyone objecting to the
I walked
hearsay?
in Lee Cope's office. Lee and Jeannie were having a conversation about that issue
Okay.
and her efforts to get all the paperwork on the Ferris matter. And she was frustrated. She thought she was getting the runaround both from Chris Wilson and Alec. And then she mentioned something to me about that he had suggested to her that he was trying to hide fees from the voting case.
All right. And what was your reaction to that when you heard that?
That's proper.
Do you want me to say what I said?
Yes.
Say the, you can say the sanitized version or you can say the real version, either way.
Yeah.
I said, oh, fuck, no, we're not.
All right. And why was that your
Accurate.
Well,
So
because
uncomfortable
to
saying
do
fucking
that
court.
under any circumstance was illegal, unethical, and he would be putting us at risk, and we absolutely were not going to participate in anything that
And Mallory Beach.
that was illegal, unethical, or subjected us to liability or created issues with the South Carolina bar.
Mallory Beach worked for
Was
his
it the,
wife.
discussion of
and
the
he's
firm
talking
leadership
about
that
hiding
needed to
money
be
from
gotten
her
to the bottom of to
family.
make sure that didn't happen?
Well, it was Lee, I, and Jeannie, and we put it in her hands because if she told us that she was being told it was in trust at Chris Wilson's office. And, I had no reason to doubt that. I thought he was just trying to take it out in some other way so it didn't go through our system or something, which it would also have been tax fraud on our part, not to have that accounted for, because we would have got a 1099 at some point in time. And just, it was myriad reasons why that wasn't going to ever happen. But I thought if they're saying it was there, Jeannie, just take care of it. Get the money.
Oh, no, we're not to the secret
I didn't think any
conversation
more
yet.
about it, to be honest with you. I didn't think it was any stealing going on or anything. I thought that, okay, he's got pressure on him from this Bowden case.
Pressure.
Maybe he thinks if he did an annuity out of Chris's trust account, that it wouldn't be accounted for, but it ultimately had to be accounted for. And I knew that. I do involved in a lot of our overseeing, a lot of the accounting and understand it. And there's just no damn way we were going to do that.
Yeah.
At that point in time, you just said you didn't think there was any stealing going on at that point. Not yet, at least. Not.
No, that never came up during that period. We're talking late May of 2021.
The fucking arrogance to tell
Yes,
his firm
it
he was
is.
structuring fees, knowing the connection that his partner
You've,
has to Mallory Beach is so appalling.
Know the defendant since the 90s?
I have.
Did you get to know his family?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to know Maggie?
I knew Maggie.
Did you know her fairly well?
I felt like I did, yes. He was a very nice person.
Did you know Paul?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit of how you knew Paul.
This man's going to make me cry. This man is going to make me cry.
I knew Paul since he was born. Both he and Buster had always referred to me as Uncle Ronnie. We lived just across the way from each other, so I got to know him. I don't know if he used to, when he got into hunting, he hunted a lot on my property, he and Buster. I have a farm right here in Collin County where I grew up. And so I got to know him, that way. And then Paul was, didn't think this would be that hard. Paul was really good with kids, and he took a liking to my son, who was younger, but he spent a lot of time with him. He'd take him hunting, fishing. They did a lot of hog hunting together. Paul had some hog dogs, and, just was around him a lot. He had a great personality. Just really, a kid I really loved,
Creighton's doing a good job of slowing down, I gotta say. This is what you
over your
want,
property a good bit.
this is what you want the
Yes,
jury to
and
hear.
then, and then sometimes as my son got older,
As
he would
painful as
go
it
over
is for this
to,
witness,
to Moselle and hunt with Barker. I hunt with Paul.
as painful as it is for this witness, this is what you want the jury to hear.
Do you remember?
So as I was going through and working on this portion of the video, I sort of noticed, perhaps for the first time, just how, again, going with the whole, clearly Paul, Paul may have perhaps solved, all of the issues that Alex was facing. Again, so where did Maggie fit into all that? But boy, I'll tell you what, with Ronnie Crosby, being that he's a partner in the firm and that Alex knew that Ronnie Crosby was privy to the financial crimes, that all that was going on, that, and then also knowing that Ronnie was super close to Paul. We're going to hear more even about that, just how close they were. And then we're going to hear, and I'll point it out when it happens, we're going to hear how Alex totally uses that and manipulates that to his advantage. Ronnie's relationship with Paul. It's really disgusting. But it's clear that if he was going to sacrifice, if Alex was going to sacrifice any of his family members, right, he'd want to sacrifice one that would, like, I guess what I'm getting at is that with Ronnie's case, Paul's death wasn't just giving Alex sympathy, right? It wasn't just buying him time. It wasn't just getting rid of the boat case. It was causing Ronnie to have to grieve also. And I think that's the key thing. It's like it was like what Ronnie went through isn't just sympathy for Alex or compassion for Alex or whatever, the way that maybe some other folks had. But Ronnie is so close to Paul that it's like, as his, like, I think he even says, he calls him uncle. They called him Uncle Ronnie. So, I mean, it's just an added factor of like, putting other people, putting Ronnie in a situation where now he was also going to be grieving himself and further unable to, or maybe not caring about, following up on all the financial stuff.
For June 7th,
Alex's
2021?
sister's crying in the audience.
I do.
I can feel his testimony.
Did you see Alec earlier that day?
Can you ask that again? I'm sorry.
Did you see the defendant at any point during that day that you recall?
I don't recall whether I saw him at the office. I was, had been in a trial in Columbia that settled. It was a couple of week trial and it settled on Friday afternoon. And I came to the office to dig out some stuff, but it's fishing season, and I promised my son as soon as I got out of trial we'd go offshore fishing. So I would have left work early that day to go get the boat prepared to go fishing. So I don't remember seeing Alec that morning or the office. I could have, but it would have been, I saw him later that night, yes, sometime around 11 p.m.
Before we get there, were you at home at that time?
Yeah, I was at home. We just got finished getting the boat ready. as a matter of fact, by way of example, we had invited Paul to go fishing with us the next day, and he had to work and couldn't go. My son had called him about it. It was, I think we had just eaten supper, and
They had plans to take Paul fishing the next day.
sitting there looking at weather and looking at all the things you do before you go offshore.
I don't know what those things are, but
Did you get a
that's
phone
okay.
call? Did you get a text?
Look at the
My wife got
questioning,
a
Creighton.
phone call, I believe, from Randy's wife wanting my partner, Mark Ball's wife, Lisa's phone number. She's a registered nurse. And it was sort of a
What
quick
time?
phone call. She gave it to her. I don't know if Christy just couldn't get it at the time. And at some point after that, I called Randy and asked him, what was going on. And I don't remember his exact words, but it was something about Maggie and Paul being shot.
When you heard that, what was your reaction?
I guess the best to describe as shock, alarm. I immediately told my wife I had to go, and I got in my vehicle and started headed to Moselle.
Of
Did
course
you
he
get there?
did.
About what time do you think you got there?
I did get there and arrived at, I'm going to say somewhere on one side or the other of 11 o'clock.
Did you go to the residence or did you go to the kennels?
Well, when I got there, I could see the lights. I didn't know where to go, but when I got there, I could see the lights at the kennels. And I was familiar with Moselle, having been there many times. And so I went to the lights. You could see there was law enforcement lights, maybe it could have been a Carlton Fire and Rescue, but it was obvious that's where you needed to go. So I came in the main gate and turned right on what used to be a runway and went straight to the kennels.
This is before Maggie
Get out
and
of your
Paul.
car.
So I was just going to say real quick. So there he just referred to the runway, as we were saying before. And just as a reminder too, the first thing Alex did after he called 911 was he called everybody he knew and their mama, as they say, and told them to get over there. He wanted as many people as possible, including Buster, to come over there while the bodies were still there and it was an active crime scene. I think there's a number of reasons for that. A, it's a distraction, right? Taking the attention off of him. B, I think it also bolstered him up, having all his lawyers there, right? It definitely intimidated law enforcement. We know that SLED, it definitely affected the way they did their investigation. They gave them so much leeway. Third, or am I doing A, B, C, or 1, 2, 3? Anyway, third/C, it possibly could have just added more confusion in terms of the evidence, more people around, more DNA, blah, 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 right? But then I think perhaps the biggest one would be D, or number 4, which is that it brought all these other people into the tragedy again, so that they're not just having to feel sympathetic towards him, but they would now be grieving with him. They would, especially for those like Ronnie, who end up being there in the aftermath around the bodies, perhaps even PTSD, whatever the case may be, it brings them into the trauma. It brings them into that, it's messed up, but again, so that they're not just, it would prolong any benefit that he would have, essentially, in my opinion. And in my opinion, that would have been how Alex perhaps could have thought of it, essentially.
Removed.
I did.
By the
Did you
coroner.
talk to anyone at that point?
I'm confident that my partner, Mark Ball, was already there. Alex was there. And I know I spoke with both of them. Yeah, Maggie and Paul were there.
Creighton, I get that you're doing your job. That is hard.
Did you talk to the defendant at any point that night?
I did.
How long did you stay at Moselle after that first time you arrived? After Maggie and Paul's murder?
We stayed outside, and at some point, I'm going to say I stayed until about 3:30. It just seems we were standing around back in the house, and it just like we didn't know what to do or what to say, and I knew that Ella was going to have a long few days, several days coming up, and I was like, guys, we're not doing any good here. We need to all go get some sleep and so we can deal with tomorrow. And I think I was the first one to leave, and I almost feel like everybody else pretty much left in the period of time after that. But I know I was the first to leave, and I think it was around 3:30.
Did you return to Moselle the next day?
I did.
Did you have conversations with the defendant the next day?
Yes.
Over the course of the night of and the next day, you have conversations with the defendant. Did he either tell you, or were you present when he related to you his activities the night of June 7th, 2021?
Yes, I gained an understanding of the events of that night.
This is what
over
we haven't heard
multiple
yet.
conversations and sometimes perhaps just questions, because without being a lawyer, you would want to figure that out, and being a lawyer and just having something so horrific, we wanted to contribute anything we could to help figure out who did this.
They wanted to fix it. Of course they did.
And what did Alec tell you about his activities that night?
Alec looks frozen on his seat.
He told me, and when I say me, there may have been multiple people in these conversations. We were all back at the house at Moselle providing support for, our friend who just lost his family. And that he worked, and I'm somewhere 5:30 to 6 had left work, that he went to Moselle, that Paul had come home from work, and that they rode around, and then at some point they went back to the house and had dinner. And Maggie was there, is my understanding. And then
So this begs the question that I'm just now thinking of is, did Ronnie know that Paul and Maggie weren't supposed to be there? I wonder. Because he says, it sounds like maybe he didn't know that. Like maybe, who knows? Alex could have led him to believe that they were normally there, because he says Paul came home from work as if he came home to Moselle, but that's not where he was living. And he says, and Maggie was there. I don't know. I wonder if he doesn't know that they weren't supposed to be there. Of course, if he finds out later on during the course of the trial. That hasn't come up in the trial yet. And then the other thing I was thinking was about Alex's dad, who's still alive at this point. I don't know what his mental state was. I know Alex's mom had like really bad like dementia and stuff, or Alzheimer's. So I'm sure she wasn't really aware of what was happening. But what I'm wondering is if his dad was conscious and present, mentally, like if I'm wondering what his dad's reaction was to this news, if he was able to even receive the news. I don't know. But this happening on the 7th and he died on the 10th, it's entirely possible that, he received the news. I'm just curious because we don't know. I've never heard anything about that, but I'd be curious to find out, what his reaction was to that.
after dinner, that Maggie and Paul went outside and to the dog kennels, and that he sat on the couch and fell asleep. And that would have been around 8 o'clock that he sat on the couch and ultimately fell asleep.
He said between 8 and 9 o'clock, he was asleep on the couch.
No, he said at
Or
8
he was
o'clock.
at the
That's not
house?
what he said.
He
That's
said
leaving.
I took it that he laid down on the couch, maybe watching TV and fell asleep. And then around 9 o'clock, he woke up. And then somewhere around 9 o'clock, he went to back to Varnville to Alameda to check on his mother.
And what did he say after that? He did after that.
Well, he said he laid on the bed with her. He didn't give a time, but that he laid there. I took it. He was just sort of laying there to comfort her because I.
And just to put it into context real quick from Shelley Smith's testimony from maybe 2 episodes ago, Alex never came at night and his mom was asleep and Alex knew she was asleep. And Shelley Smith also testified that when you have Alzheimer's, I can't remember if it's Alzheimer's or dementia, but one of the two, patient, you don't want to wake them up when they're sleeping because they get disoriented and stuff like that. You want them to get their rest. And so the whole thing about him going over there at night to comfort her when she's asleep, and if anything, she would wake up and be disoriented, is just such BS. Anyway.
Understood her condition. Said that he came back to Moselle and that he went to the house and that when he got to the house, he discovered that Maggie and Paul were not there and that he then got back in his car or his Suburban, which was an office issued vehicle. And he drove down to the kennels, and it's more than just kennels there. I think y'all have seen maybe the sheds there. And he discovered Maggie and Paul's bodies.
Did he say whether or not
That seems consistent.
he had gone down to the kennels with Maggie and Paul before he left to go to Alameda after 9 p.m.?
Just saying good night to you, Super Planner Girl. Thank you for being here. I hope you have a good sleep. I was also going to say that we will hear from one of the fellows who does the car stuff as well during this video. And there's some interesting things that we learned from that testimony. But going alongside that, just in terms of Ronnie's, testimony, he's talking about how Alex went back to the house to look for them. There's I'm refreshing my memory as well as for anyone else that it's longer period of time than seems appropriate. And I know they end up tracking that via the car and also the cell phone data that I think it's almost 5 minutes or something like that he's back at the house when it's it's just fishy. It's like you show up at the house, the lights are off, nobody's home. It doesn't take that long to confirm that, right? And I know there's some other funny things about that time period too that we'll learn going forward, but I was just thinking about that.
That came up in one of the conversations, and he specifically said that he did not.
He did not.
He did not.
I'm going to play for you what's been admitted into
The
evidence.
Snapchat video.
States 297.
Yeah, the
I want you to
office
listen to it
issue
and tell
car.
me if you recognize any voices on this video.
The
please.
office issue car was new. This is the Snapchat video at the dog kennels. I turned this down a little bit, but the Suburban, it's interesting that the Suburban is a car the office pays for. There's a lot of fence in that chain link video. Oh, this witness it's hard to watch him watch this.
is the chicken. Yeah.
The secret conversation happened on June 10th. We're not there yet. in
Recognize
time.
any voices on that video?
The three voices on that video are the voices of Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Alex Murdaugh.
And how sure are you? How sure are you?
I'm 100% sure that's whose voices
All.
are on that, the audio there.
Did you see his face? He's like, what are you asking me? That doesn't even make sense. I've known them. We're not to June 10th yet. June 10th, the conversation he was present for was at John Marvin's house. He
Is
said, I
this,
didn't think this would be this hard. Of course
Law
it's
firm
hard.
pretty close knit?
Yeah, we're very close knit. A group of lawyers. I think we have a very family-like environment with our staff, as well as the lawyers are all very close. A lot of us do and still do, a lot of activities together. Our families grew up together. And a great experience working with these guys.
All right, they did.
Did this,
I didn't notice. I'm glad they gave him
these
tissues.
murders of Maggie and Paul, did it send a shockwave through the law firm, greater family?
Well, yes, it did. Just beyond the horror and disbelief, we didn't have an understanding. I mean, the staff had a general sense of insecurity and fear. We had to take a lot of security measures because we did not have an understanding of what the possibilities out there could be. And then this horrific loss of, I think Paul had, the kids, Maggie would come up to the law firm regularly, maybe need to use computer or just to see Alec or whatever. So, and it was as much of a shock as you could imagine.
In the wake of this tragedy, did the law firm family rally to the defendant's aid?
We did. We were there every day for the rest of the week. And as y'all already know, Mr. Randolph passed away in the wake of this. So it was a really bad week where the Murdaugh family in particular, but all of us needed to be together to support each other.
Because Mr.
And that's kind of what I was saying before, is that it really put the law firm, but really especially like someone like Ronnie Crosby, in a position where they were also grieving. Again, it's like a collective loss. I guess I would argue that Alex was fake grieving, right? And in fact, they were actually grieving, and he was pretending to grieve, which is fucked up.
Randolph had
With
worked
all
at
of
the
this
law firm too.
tragedy and the support and the outpouring and everything going on, did you have any discussion about what to do about the Ferris fees, or was there a discussion that this can't be the time to bring this up?
The only discussion that I recall was Alec told you they were in trust. There's no way we're going to talk about money in this. And we had no reason to not believe that. I wasn't aware of some of Jeannie's conversations. I was aware that Alec told her they were in trust. I trusted him, and I said, let's just leave it be. I don't know. I would, it's just not something that you would talk about as money in the wake of such tragedy that had gone on the week of June 7th, including the loss of Mr. Randolph.
I trusted
At some
him.
point in July of 2021, did it come to your understanding that at least the firm had heard from Chris Wilson's firm that supposedly those missing fees were in his trust account?
That was reported to me. I did not look at the email, but it was reported, and that was even further confirmation that we didn't have an issue, because we had worked on many cases with Mr. Wilson's law firm. And if he's said it, another lawyer who's a friend and colleague said, I've got the money, then,
You believe them.
Something to be concerned about.
Because you believe them.
Before I get to ask you this, you said that you had
Creighton.
developed a relationship with Paul, is that
We
right?
need you to ask him.
Yes,
Did you eulogize Paul at his funeral?
I did.
Oh,
And you and your son like to hunt and fish and do outdoor things with Paul?
We did.
So again, further supporting that whole thing, Alex knows that Paul considered Ronnie to be his uncle, basically, right? Known him his whole life. Shows up, sees Paul right in the aftermath of him being killed, has to deal with that. And then what does he have Ronnie do? He has Ronnie eulogize him at his funeral. I mean, it's like he's almost choosing to just compound the tragedy and the grief that Ronnie is experiencing, to keep him, I don't even know if distracted is the right word, but just unable to even, deal with something that seems so petty at the time or frivolous, right? In the wake of, like, in Ronnie's own words, such tragedy.
And that's how you got to know him well?
Well, you got to understand that even like when we go to legal conventions, a lot of time we take our kids with us. And I was just around Paul a lot. It wasn't just hunting and fishing, but he pretty much had free reign of my property. But he would always tell me, Paul was a very polite young man, and he wouldn't just go even though he could. He would always let me know. And he killed a lot of his first deer on our property, and just got to see him grow up.
Did Paul have a shotgun he favored, to your knowledge?
this is why they're talking about
I would
Paul.
see Paul with a like a 12 gauge Benelli Super Black Eagle. Yeah, I've seen him with that a number of times.
At a 300 blackout.
Did Paul occasionally like to hunt hogs?
There was a period of time where he was obsessed with it. He had dogs and those 300 blackout with thermal scopes, and he would do it. And I'd love for him to come to my property to do it, because anybody has ever seen what hogs do to property, they're a nuisance. And so I was happy for him to come and shoot them.
And after the murders, did you have any conversation, or were you privy to any conversation in which Alec talked about the family 300 blackouts?
Well, the day after, I saw the casings that night and thought that they were 223s. And when I found out the next day from somebody with Carlton County, one of the guys I knew who was there, that there were actually 300 blackouts. We started inquiring of where Paul's and Buster's 300 blackouts were located. And I remember asking Alec about it, and he said that one of them was in the room, and that he didn't know where the other one was.
But he knew it was missing.
One at that time?
When did he know it
At
was
some
missing?
point, he did. That there was a.
Go ahead.
He said that one of them had gotten stolen or misplaced, which if it was misplaced, that would not seem odd to me, because Paul was pretty good about, he would sometimes leave his guns at my place. And that he had bought a replacement at some point in time. I don't recall the dates on any of that.
Did he tell you what happened to the replacement?
No, I assumed that the replacement was, that they still had the replacement. I never heard anything about anything with the replacement, just that they had a total of 3. And I remembered that Mr. Benfield had built those rifles.
There's a whole other thing too, right? That I feel like is easy to forget with all the different information. There's so much going on with it, but like, I mean, that was a whole other thing that Alex did to just create confusion. Was the whole thing with the guns, like with the replacement. I mean, that testimony happened, I think for the most part, is already pretty much done at this point in the trial. A lot of the earlier witnesses from law enforcement and stuff like that, laying foundation, a lot of them were testifying about it. And I know Mr. Bedingfield had already come up here as well. And I didn't see it as being significant enough to prioritize including it in the videos, but especially because, there was, enough summary witnesses that kind of were able to summarize that information that I did include. But yeah, just the idea that Alex was able to create so much confusion around these guns, with the one being missing, and then there was a replacement, and there was 2 that looked similar. And, at least his defense team really tried to, well, understandably so, capitalize on that to create confusion as to, what gun was used and if one was really missing, of course, because as we know, the murder weapons were never found. Clearly the jury didn't buy it. But yeah, I don't know. It's just, and of course it only worked to his advantage that Paul did happen to be very, what's the right word? Liberal, generous, careless. I don't even know. He apparently left guns everywhere. His friends have said, and Ronnie said in so many words too, that Paul would just leave his guns around. So it wasn't unlike him to lose a gun. But yeah, and then of course, what does Alex do? Well, he's going to do what he always does. He's going to take that and really try to have people focus on that and exaggerate it. So
You testified that after moving into July and August, you'd gotten an email, or at least been informed that there had been some representation that Chris Wilson had those fees, correct?
That's correct.
Moving into September of 2021, did you have any trial or anything going on that you were actively involved in at the time?
At the end of August, early September, I was getting ready for a products liability trial over in Dorchester County that was going to last several weeks.
Did you receive any communications from your firm about any issues regarding the defendant?
We were doing pre-trial things that you do before trial starts. There's a lot of work that gets done by the court.
Yep.
So we were taking care of a lot of things that would keep the jury from waiting around during the trial beforehand. And September 2nd, we were over arguing motions and taking care of pre-trial matters. And so when I got out of court, I saw that I missed communications from one of my partners, Mark Ball. And
The audio is so hard.
I called him
He skipped.
and he said, "We have a problem." And I was like, "What?"
They skipped to
And
September.
He said, "You have to come now." And I said, "I'm just walking out of court. I need to go home and eat supper.
Nope.
It's not on my way." And he never told me what it was, but he said, "You have to come now." And I could tell an urgency. And so he told me where to meet him, and that would have been in Cummings, South Carolina, at my partner Danny Henderson's place, and which was not on my way home, but he was so insistent that I went there. And
So we've heard Danny Henderson's name come up a lot so far. And I believe we do hear from him in the trial. I believe he does take the stand. But from what, just to right now where we are at with the context, Danny Henderson is the fellow who's also sitting with Alex in his first police interview, which is in the cop car the night right after the murders when they're in there. I'm sure everyone's familiar with that. He's been infamous for having that shirt that was buttoned really low. I think the internet gave him maybe a bit of a hard time for that. But that's Danny Henderson. So he was worked at the firm, and he also was sounds like he was one of Alex's really good friends, not his best friend because that was Chris Wilson. But and we also know that Danny Henderson initially was representing Alex in the boat case and then eventually wasn't. But he was there during that first interview in the cop car, law enforcement.
Met when I got there, Danny and Mark were there waiting on me.
I think they're saving June 10th for last
Ultimately, what
because
was your
Creighton doesn't
discussion?
know what is happening.
I was giving a folder that had paperwork in it. And that paperwork consisted of checks, both front and back. And I was asked to review them.
Were those the, what's been called the fake forged checks?
I believe the fake forged checks, there was not all of them that Ms. Seconder went over, but I believe that there was, I could probably call the names of most of them that were there. I know it was Anderson, Bush, Moore. There was probably about 5 or 6 of them. And I believe they had a copy of the Ferris check there too.
Ferris check?
Yes, and I'd sat for a minute and reviewed it. And I think Danny said, "You're going to need a drink."
Accurate.
So,
Did you have a drink?
yeah,
Several.
ultimately more than one.
Facts.
What happened after that?
Facts. Facts.
Well, they didn't tell me what was in it. They let me review it on my own. And I immediately said, this is bad. And my words then were
Fuck.
that we have to terminate Alec. He cannot no longer practice with us. And that was within, I don't know how many minutes, but it was not a long period of time because the way Jeannie had it laid out, it was clear what had happened
It was clear.
and that this money had been stolen.
Did any of the partners go to confront Alec with this information that had been uncovered?
Yes, there was a meeting the following morning at Lee's house. I did not attend. I did not need to attend. I was still getting ready for trial. I had already decided where this was going. And
He was done.
they met, and then we, Danny and Randy, Alec's brother, went and met with Alec.
And what was your understanding of what the defendant said as a result of that?
That's
That
like
he
layers of hearsay.
admitted and said that he knew he was going to get caught at some point in time, and admitted to them
I don't know how that's admissible.
that he did it.
Go to June 10th, Creighton. That's
Ultimately,
what we
did
wanna
the
hear.
firm engage in a very extensive investigation to determine the extent of any alleged misappropriation that the defendant had done related to client fee, firm fees or client money?
So much
We
hearsay.
did. We initially turned over what we had to state law enforcement, and then just
Yes, Chad.
decided to-
It's stacks of hearsay.
well, we immediately decided to hire an outside auditor, a forensic auditor, to come in and look at our books to see if there was anything else. But parallel with that, we were doing our own internal investigation into his files.
And was Jeannie Seconder, as your CFO, was she heavily involved in that review?
She was the point person doing that with whatever support staff she needed under my supervision and Mark and Lee's supervision.
Have
Okay,
you seen
the 10th. June
spreadsheets that she's made and other documentation that's been put together and gathered by others in the firm as that investigation went forward?
Great.
I'm very familiar with all of it.
And are the results of those accurate as you've been able to review firm records and gather information?
The documents that were entered into evidence earlier today through Ms. Seconder are accurate.
It's so off-putting that he knows that because he was there. To me, it's so odd. It's just so
At any point in time, whether June of
Different.
2021 or going back years, if you, as a partner in PMPD, had found out that the defendant was allegedly diverting money to an account in the name of a business, an account that he actually controlled, and then converting that to personal use client money, what would you have done?
oh, good. Not me. Did. I would have done what I did.
If I had become aware of it, he would have been asked to resign, or I would have forced a vote, and he would have been terminated under our contract.
What else, if anything, would you have done?
Reported it to law enforcement.
I would have done the same thing we did, would have turned it over to law enforcement and would have reported to the South Carolina bar because of it affected our business and our trust account.
If at any point over the years you
That
had
must have
found
broken his
out
heart, too.
that the defendant had been diverting fees that would properly due the firm and spending those for personal use and never accounting for them and not being truthful with firm members, what, if anything, would you have done?
He would have been asked to resign, or a vote would have been called and he would have been terminated.
All right. What else would you have done, if anything?
Because that conduct would have been illegal, it would have been reported to law enforcement as well as the South Carolina bar.
If at any point in time you had uncovered or had discovered information that the defendant was having checks issued from the firm trust account in the name of Palmetto State Bank, and then having someone at the bank convert those into checks that he could use for personal use, what, if anything, would you have done?
What I did.
Would have asked for his immediate resignation and or forced a vote, and he would have been terminated. His activities would have been reported to law enforcement as well as any activities of anyone at the bank who was complicit in this what I would call a money laundering scheme.
Which is, of course, what happened, right? So we have, Corey Fleming and Russell Lafitte in federal prison. And I think I really appreciate that Ronnie Crosby calls it a money laundering scheme, because I think it's the only time we really hear it laid out like that in the trial. But that has as regular people, I feel like we are familiar. And of course, I think of Breaking Bad first and foremost, but we're familiar with that, right? It's but the way that Alex was stealing money and all that, it's it's very specific. It's just, going through these, the insurance that was, being paid out because of a settlement, blah, blah, and it's sort of like, oh, the annuities, da, da, but really it's money laundering. And so then it's like, oh, okay. I feel like that really, it almost sounds not as bad when you use a lot of, other words to describe it, right? But when it comes down to it, it's money laundering at the essence of it. And I also appreciate that, because I feel like that that lays groundwork then for later on when we start discussing where cousin Eddie fits into all this.
And in each one of those instances, would the firm have also engaged in a detailed review to determine the extent of any alleged misappropriation?
Well, absolutely. And I could only wish that one of those clients early on had brought that something to our attention. So we could have dealt with it years ago.
What? They didn't ask about the June 10th conversation at all? What? I don't understand any of that. Is it a nothing burger? Was it a red herring? Was it to make the defense stressed? Was it three-dimensional chess? Was it always a nothing burger? Did he forget?
Mr. Griffin?
Okay. We have
Good
waited.
afternoon, Mr. Crosby.
Good afternoon, Mr. Griffin.
Y'all probably know each other real well. That's awkward as fuck.
A comment you made, and I just want to confirm it. You were informed by folks at the meeting when Alex was confronted about financial misdeeds.
Yep, this is
According
exactly
to the
where he
reports
should
you
go.
received, that Alex's response was he knew he was going to get called at some point in time.
Yep.
Is that what was reported to you?
That's what I recall.
That's what I said. That's it. That's exactly it. He knew he was going to get caught eventually. So why is this his motive?
So the other thing is that answers the question too, where Emily before was like, when we first heard that testimony, rightfully so, she was asking, why isn't anyone objecting? It's like a bazillion layers of hearsay, which it was. But now it's clear why the defense wasn't objecting, right? They wanted that testimony to come in because then they can cross-examine on it, right? You can't cross-examine on things that don't come in from direct. So they wanted that testimony to come in because, of course, that works to their benefit.
So why was that his motive?
And he asked you to speak eulogize Paul at Paul's funeral, right?
He did, and I did.
And you very close to Paul, and Paul was a super guy, wasn't he?
Is
Yes
this
to
what
both of
this-
those questions?
Is this witness making Jim emotional?
You said that Paul carried around a 300 blackout and a 12 gauge shotgun, a Benelli Super Eagle, I believe you said.
That's my memory. And then, obviously they had numerous guns, but I had seen Paul with those on multiple occasions.
That's
So-
fair.
You were able, as you recall, just to walk up. Were Maggie and Paul's bodies covered at the time you got there?
Oh God. Please say yes.
Yes.
Okay.
But you were able to get into the crime scene close enough where you could tell what you thought the caliber of the shell case.
That's good questions from Jim.
Right, and I didn't walk from where I was parked there. I walked completely around the hangar and went over to talk to people I knew that were there, the fire and rescue people, just to get what their assessment was. And I could see
Because
from
everybody
where
knows.
they were positioned, I could see, I wasn't like, I didn't get over it, but I could see from a distance, and I'm very familiar with
Sure.
firearms, and I saw what I thought was a 223 casing.
From a distance.
And you later
No, the scene was never secured, I don't think.
learned, I guess, the next day on the
People
8th,
were all over this scene.
it wasn't a 223, but a 300 blackout. Is that right?
Yes, and I can't for the life of me tell you there was that point in time, there was some law enforcement out in the hangar and around, and I just asked a question, and they corrected me.
Right. Okay.
This is
And
fair
that,
cross-examination because it goes to arguing that the
And
scene was
you-
never well taken care of and evidence could have been destroyed and the real killer's on the loose. That's where the defense
started
is
to
going.
assist any way you could with trying to find out who could have done this. Isn't that right?
Lawyers want to fix things.
Well, Jim, I didn't that night. I was trying to get, we were starting to I don't know, it was shot, man, but out in the days following, we had a lot of conversation amongst my partners and I.
And you, because you were
about
there, Jim?
Who could have done this, and obviously we were theorizing on stuff, and with very little information, obviously, but we were trying to find out things, whether Paul had been in an argument with anyone, or if anybody had. I don't know. It's just what you would naturally do, is ask questions.
And you were down there on the morning of the 8th, and after SLED had released the crime scene. When I say there, I'm talking about down at the kennels. Were you not?
Yes, I was asked to go there by Randy's brother, Alex.
Wait,
And
Randy has, wait. What? What
I
is,
don't want to be too grotesque at all, but just it was still
ask your question, Jim.
blood and biological material there at the scene.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. And did you notice that there were some still?
You can just see on his face. I mean, he's lost so much and suffered so much due to Alex's actions.
Birdshot pellets in the feed room that had not been collected by the SLED agent?
Yes. They were what appeared to me to be we could pretty much tell what they were, from looking up. And I believe they would have been a TSS type load.
Okay. And did you gather those up?
What?
Do you know?
Did I?
You or anybody, with you?
Mr. Griffin, I apologize.
Call me.
We know each other, so I
Please,
apologize.
call me Jim.
That area in that room, while we could see them, it was so bad. We thought we were going to, at some point, clean it up, but it overwhelmed both my partner, Mark, and I. While we could see that, and we could see everything, all the other aftermath, we were getting biological material. It just couldn't be there. It was bad, and it was overwhelming us. So no, I did not try to collect evidence.
Did you call
And the scene inside
SLED?
that feed room, I take it as something that still is etched in your mind's eye memory.
Clearly.
I think they were.
Yes.
Okay. Well, did at some point in time, you and Mark and whoever else, were y'all directed to go to the main residence at?
We were, and for the life of me, I can't tell you who told us to go. I can tell you it was at the time that whoever is the photographer for the crime scene, they were getting ready to start, taking photographs, and it was stated that we're going to photograph the scene. Y'all go to the house.
So they gently suggested
these
that
photographs.
they gently suggested they go down to the house.
And so who all went to the house? Best you can remember.
I know I did. I know Mark did. Austin Crosby, who's one of my partners, did. Danny Henderson did. Randy Murdaugh did. John Marvin did. Alex at some point did.
So I guess here the defense is trying to elicit this testimony to make it seem like, oh, there were just so many people. It was, not a controlled crime scene, which fair, but of course, I mean, it's a moot point because as we all know and jury knows, and it was one of the first things you hear, immediately from the body cam footage, and then I won't go, like, Alex called everybody there. Like, it's his, so anyway, it's just, it's not even something that cuts both ways, in my opinion, because, any effect of there being a party, so to speak, going on, like just groups of people is, you can only blame Alex for that.
And he may have been, I believe he was accompanied by some officers when he came. I think maybe Chris Wilson may have. The others I'm positive of, but there could have been a couple other people.
He's like, it was a lot, Jim, honestly.
And had it looked to you like
It was a lot.
anybody from law enforcement had searched the resident, inspected the residence before you guys went in?
It didn't seem that way.
I don't know that I would know what it would look like if it had been searched. It was
Fair.
my
It's a good answer.
perception that it had not been searched yet.
It's a very
Mr. Griffin, my memory is that Alex came in, and at or about the same time, two agents came, and I remember them collecting his clothes is what stands out to me. One stood in the doorway or the foyer to the house. We were kind of in the living room and maybe the kitchen area, and then another agent, and I'm assuming it was SLED, but it was kind of blurry, and it happened pretty quickly. Went maybe to the door of a bedroom while Alex was changing clothes, and then he brought his clothes out and gave them to the agent who stood in the edge of the living room or foyer or whatever you want to call it.
Also, if any of y'all think law enforcement's going to give you privacy to change your clothes if they're taking your clothes to test them from gunshot residue, you would be incorrect. That is not how that's going to go for you. That's how that went for Alex, but that is not how that goes for us, just as a matter of practicality. But there was an officer that was standing in the doorway.
I'm jumping around a little bit.
Yes, you are.
It's okay. I've been right where you are, and that happens.
I think you mentioned in one of your interviews with SLED that Alex had some annoying quirks, and one of them, he would just take phone calls in the middle of the deposition.
That would be annoying.
Would he get phone calls from his family, Buster, Maggie, and Paul, and drop everything and take the calls?
I've witnessed that.
Was that frequent?
Yes, he would do it in depositions. He would do it in the middle of a conversation, and not with them, but definitely with them. And even in partner meetings and stuff, he would take a call and walk out of the room.
Sure.
Huh. That's just disrespectful.
So what I thought about that part was it was interesting. So I think that Jim was, what he was trying to do there was make it seem like Alex was a great dad and a loving husband. He was so great that he took, no matter what, he would answer the phone for his family, right? But really, of course, from Emily's perspective, being a DA for, 20 years, something like that, maybe longer. Sorry, Emily, I don't remember exactly. That's disrespectful, which I agree, like in a partners meeting, but the other thing is like, no one, like, who knows? Like, in hindsight, do they know if it was actually Maggie or Paul? Like, in other words, he could have been talking to whoever, right? During a partners meeting and be like, oh, I got to take the phone call. It's Mags or Pawpaw, again, to give him that excuse to take a phone call, but also, right, to make him look like he's a great, loving father, husband, etc. I mean, I don't know. We don't know. It could have been that it was really them, but it wouldn't surprise me if it wasn't them and he was just, I feel like anything that he would use to serve some sort of end, right? Like even if it was something as small as a phone call, if he could try to make himself look a certain way so that people would trust him and like him, I think he probably did that.
He would take a call and walk out of partner
You had
meetings.
mentioned in your testimony that when you were asked by this second juror about the spares,
That's interesting. They noted that. Why did the
The
defense ask
issue-
that though?
that really your concern was not that Alec was diverting fees, but he was trying to shelter fees from being disclosed in the civil case. Is that an accurate statement?
Well, let's make sure definitionally we're talking about the same thing. My concern was not
Lawyer.
that he was stealing
Lawyer.
because I trusted him. I had no reason to believe that he was stealing. It was the latter, that what she conveyed to me was he was wanting to hide some fees or hide money somehow. I don't remember it being said that it was like I heard earlier in Maggie's name. It's just that he was going to take the fees from Chris Wilson's account so there wouldn't be any record, is the way I understood it, in our trust account.
Right. And you said, F no, we're not doing that.
Those were my words.
Right. The,
Jim, lean into cursing in court. Lean in. He didn't say F no. Objection, misstates testimony. He said, fuck no, we're not doing that. And he looked so uncomfortable saying it. And yes, I need the emotional release from
What
this
was
really heavy,
Alex,
sad testimony.
7th, the morning of June 8th was, I mean, what was his demeanor?
Well, his demeanor is that he was upset. I could tell that. And he,
You see him cry?
yeah, we cried together. I mean, he kept telling me, especially to me, he kept telling me how much Paul loved me. And, every time he would say that, it would be emotional. I mean, and then he told me that
Right.
several times over the next few days. It was just almost be how he would start a conversation with me would be to talk about Paul.
That is crucial. So like what I was saying before about how Alex was really using Ronnie's close relationship with Paul and the fact that he was grieving, that testimony is so interesting because it was significant enough that Ronnie noticed it, that he says it was almost how he would start every conversation with me would be to bring up Paul. Like, that is fascinating. It means he noticed a pattern of that maybe in hindsight, right? But what he says is that he would always bring up Paul and then they would always cry. So imagine you've got Ronnie who's grieving anyway from losing, someone who you consider like a nephew, right? And then he's dealing with preparing for a trial, and then he's dealing with all the stuff at the law firm with the financial stuff, and they're still like looking into that, and they had just had that whole thing put on hold. And then Alex, every time he sees him, starts a conversation by bringing up Paul, and then they both cry about Paul. I mean, it's just so manipulative and gross.
Redirect.
You're asked a lot of questions about your interactions and relationship with Alex Murdaugh. Have you
Oh,
known
here we
Alex
go.
Murdaugh how long?
Well, I guess a total of 25 years or so.
Did you really know Alex Murdaugh?
What's the question?
Did he really know Alex Murdaugh?
Question.
Character question.
Did you know Alex Murdaugh? Did he really know Alex Murdaugh? I sustain the objection.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
You step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to evacuate the building at this time, so we'll be in recess until we discover what's going on.
Well, that was unexpected.
The jury is present, sir.
Thank you.
So that was just a little reminder for those of us who watched the trial, kind of orient ourselves, because I'm sure we all remember when that, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it on YouTube, but BOMB threat happened. This whole trial, man, just crazy. Everything happened. So yeah, so that's what happened there. And they had to evacuate the building, and then, you know, they came back a couple hours later or something like that. So that's why I just included that. You know, everything's happening here in these videos. I'm including everything in chronological order. So then after that, after they come back from that BOMB threat, we hear from Dwight Falkowski. This is the poor fellow from, I think, the FBI, who tried to hack Alex's car because of all the issues with the data being encrypted from OnStar via GM. Of course, well, actually, I don't want to spoil it in case anyone hasn't watched this trial. I'm not going to say anything else about that right now at the moment. We'll see what happens with this fellow. After this guy, we will hear from Chris Wilson. And we did hear a little bit from him during the proffer, but this will be the first time the jury has heard from him. And there is some different testimony that is elicited, of course, in this case. So I try not to include the testimonies if they do a proffer. I try not to include things that are exactly the same. I try to include the things that are different between the two, just so that it's not redundant. So he will be up after Dwight Falkowski. And I also was going to say, I know that I think Runkle is probably still streaming. Right now, we have the Rust trials going on. Hannah Gutierrez Reed, the armor. And I know there was a lot of crazy shit that went down today. I caught bits and pieces of it. And I was hoping to try to time these live streams not during Runkle's trial summaries or recaps rather, because A, I like watching them, and B, I know that that's obviously people are going to be over there watching it, and I hate putting people in a position where they have to choose whatever. Anyway, but he's doing them every day, so it's kind of unavoidable. Initially, I was trying to make sure that nothing else was really happening when these were going on. But if he's doing those recaps every day, which it looks like he is, then they might overlap. But all that being said, we will still be going on here for quite a little bit longer, and perhaps people will be filtering over whenever he wraps up. We'll see who finishes first, I guess. But anyway, if you do join us from after that stream, then happy to have you. And we'll continue on here with hearing about the car.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to proceed, and counsel, you may proceed.
Tell me about the car. Give me a timeline.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I will.
If you will, please, sir, be seated. State your name and you'll spell your last name. Good in, please.
My name is Dwight Falkowski. Last name spelled Falkofske.
What up, Dwight?
Mr. Falkowski, how are you doing this afternoon?
Doing good.
All right. Where are you employed, sir?
I am employed with the FBI.
Great.
Okay. And what is your job title there?
I'm an electronics engineer.
Okay. And what unit of the FBI are you employed in?
The Electronic Device Analysis Unit.
Okay. And what does the Electronic Device Analysis Unit do at the FBI?
We collect data off of cell phones and other mobile devices, and in my case, vehicle systems, mobile devices in general that can't be collected by commercial tools.
All right. And so the FBI has a unit dedicated to extracting data off certain devices that is otherwise.
The FBI will know your whole
That is
life.
correct.
Okay. And you kind of mentioned it, but specifically, what is your role in
Chat.
this unit?
I serve a role as an automotive forensic specialist.
Okay. And what does that entail?
Calm down.
What does that mean?
Calm down.
So
Chad.
I take a look at automotive systems and extract data off the memory components of those systems. And then from the images we get from those memory components, I will take a look at there, find the data that we're interested in finding, and we will create parsing tools that will pull out that data and take it from a computer format to a human readable format.
Let's explain that a little more. You said a parsing tool. What is that? Well, explain that to the jury what that is, please.
Okay, so a parsing tool is, in this case, a computer script that I'm writing that, or I have written, that will go in and look at the collected binary image, the flash memory image that I've created, and go in and either create a file system or just go in
What was
raw in the
that?
binary and search for data that is of interest to us. This is data we've researched and found, and it'll take that data out of the system and again, put it into a human readable format, text or graphics or coordinate points, so that we can understand it as humans.
In its most basic format, data is stored how?
In binary.
And what does binary mean?
Binary is just zeros and ones, what a computer reads.
Okay. In a parsing tool, if I understood you correctly, it helps you take that binary information and translate it into information that you can read and understand. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And have you, first of all, tell us a little bit about your background. What education and training have you had in this area?
I have a bachelor's of science degree in electrical engineering.
This will be interesting.
And if you'll give me one moment, I have my CV here, and I'll list out training I've taken with the FBI.
Yes, he's like, so I talk to the engineers, so the engineers don't have to talk to the people. Engineers don't like to talk to people. But yes, he's going to tell us all about what the car says, and that's what I want to know.
I take a look at automotive systems, and I go in there and find the data of interest. We'll go into the types of data.
GPS.
Would be things like connected devices, cell phones, thumb drives.
Ooh. Did Maggie's phone
Cell
connect?
phones
Did
that
Maggie's
can
phone
also
connect?
collect
Did
things
Maggie's phone
like,
connect?
call records and contact lists, also navigation data, locations of the vehicle. or
Vitamin, yes, that
destinations
was an
the
Office
user may
Space
enter the
reference.
system. I go find that data in these systems, and I will write these parsing tools that I've mentioned to go ahead and pull those out. That's
So it creates his own tool.
So would
'Cause
automotive
he's
forensic
fucking
specialist be descriptive of what you do?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to enter Mr. Falkowski as an expert in the area of automotive forensic specialist.
I want to know,
So
did the car slow down? Where's the car? Did Maggie's phone connect to the car?
All right. So you mentioned this company, Burla, which does produce a
So this dude, his testimony's a little bit dry. I didn't include that much. I tried to include the more salient points, which you will hear here in a second. But basically, you're going to see how it kind of verifies what we heard from Shelley Smith about how long he was at his mom's house, right? Given the car data. But then there's an interesting bit here about the 911 call, and I'm not going to mention that. I'll wait until we get there because I actually had forgotten about that, and I don't actually remember what we end up finding out about that later in the trial. So I was it was almost like a new fact that learning for the first time because I'd forgotten about it. But I'll be interested to see what you guys think when we get there.
a commercially available software that can extract data from some vehicles, correct?
Some vehicles, yes.
But it does not support the 2021 Chevrolet Suburban, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that's how the device ended up with you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So I kind of stopped you there. And if a software solution isn't available, like Burla, what are some of the other methods that you use to pull data off of some of these automotive systems?
I mentioned such as attaching wires to a circuit board and
He said he
extracting data
writes-
from the memory component.
he writes
or
it
also
himself.
removing the chip from the board and putting it in a reader and reading the chip, the flash memory chip directly.
Let's talk more about what you did in this case. When you attempted to access the data for the 2021 Suburban, did you encounter any problems?
Yes, we ran into our first instance of data being encrypted on a vehicle,
Okay. And that's not something you'd run into before?
not on vehicles.
Okay.
Which I find really surprising. Like that was this dude's from the FBI, and it was the first time that they had seen data being encrypted on a vehicle. And I'm trying to remember if we learn anything more about that later, besides the GM stuff. Like, is that something that Alex had specifically done for his car? Or I don't know. Y'all let me know if you remember if we find out anything more about that. But that is noteworthy, though, that they had never seen that before. It's interesting.
Involved our greater team to develop a tool that would be able to reach into a live system on one of these vehicles and extract the encryption keys and get the encryption keys so then we could decrypt the data that we had collected.
Okay. And was that process ultimately successful?
Yes, it was.
And how long did that take?
Approximately 1 year.
What? It took a year?
And for anyone that's seen this trial before, you can appreciate, like I do, the insanity of this fellow spending a year to get the little information they get, knowing what happens later on in the trial that happens overnight, basically, with no effort whatsoever.
Maybe that's why they didn't bring the indictments back.
And when you access this information and you finally had it decrypted, what types of information did you find? Let's start on the infotainment center. What types of information did you find on there?
He probably
So
thought
the
nobody would
infotainment
get into
center
the car.
contained,
Damn.
Connected devices, phones that have been linked by Bluetooth.
It
or
took a
USB.
year to crack the car.
And associated with some of those devices were call logs and contact lists. And there was also a little bit of location data.
Okay. So you found some call logs, correct?
That's correct.
And how would that infotainment center get call logs? Explain that process. Why would they be on that center?
So a lot of cars that have Bluetooth connectivity will, when you connect the Bluetooth with them, sometimes they will ask you if you want to let the car connect to it or access your data on your phone. Sometimes it doesn't ask, but in most cases it'll ask you. And then at that point, it'll take things like call logs and pull them from the phone into the computer, the infotainment system.
Okay. All right. And you found some call logs on this infotainment center, right? Correct.
Yes,
You found some location data, correct?
that's correct.
Do you recall if you found any from the date of June 7th of 2021?
Yes, there was data from that date.
Location data?
Oh, location data, no.
Okay.
There's not call data.
What?
All right. You found some call data.
What?
You found some Bluetooth data. And what kind of Bluetooth data did you find for devices? Did you find?
It primarily the Bluetooth address of the connecting device.
Did it provide you any information of when a device may have been connected to the infotainment center?
No, there was no timestamps with that data.
Okay. All right. But there's another thing, another type of data you found on this infotainment center, correct?
Yes, we additionally looked for vehicle information regarding the state of the vehicle.
Okay. Explain to the jury, what does that mean?
So
Turning
what we were
on,
looking for
stopping,
on this car
driving,
was
black box
something to
stuff.
show if the car was moving, if doors were opened or closed, windows up and down. We searched for this type of data on this vehicle.
And it's interesting he says windows up and down, because I don't recall him actually testifying that he finds that out, but that initially piqued my interest because of potentially throwing Maggie's phone out the window, right? So that could have been, but I don't feel like he ends up mentioning that. But what I was going to just reiterate is, for anyone, whether maybe you haven't seen the whole trial, or maybe you just didn't see this part of this testimony. I know a lot of folks have been saying that they kind of caught the latter end of the trial, maybe around the time when Alex took the stand, or they just didn't see the whole thing. you know, here you have this FBI agent who spent, you know, a year working to crack this, the infotainment system on the car that was encrypted. First time they've ever seen it. It took them a year. And at the end of that, they have no location data and no timestamps. But they have information about the vehicle starting and stopping and potentially Bluetooth connecting. I mean, yeah, it's just like I remember feeling super disappointed. You know, I think everybody was, right? We were all so excited, and then we're like, that's it, you know, and we were all so disappointed because, you know, there was so much information we were waiting to hear about Alex's car that we didn't end up hearing, at least not at this point.
And did you find some of that data?
We did. We found what we call states of the vehicle. And in this case, it was more granular things such as, and one of the ones we're interested in looking at is the shift lever going in and out of park, kind of giving an indication.
And we'll talk more about that in a minute, but would you say
No
that there was a
location,
lot
no
of this
timestamps.
vehicle status data that was
Yes,
stored?
this vehicle stores a voluminous amount of data and some logs.
Well, then why don't you have it?
The majority of it really useful when you
No.
try to okay. Did you attempt to pare down the data you're looking at to find potentially useful information?
Yes, we combed through the data and we looked for data that matched our testing of a similar vehicle or identical type vehicle to be able to identify record messages in this log that can be attributed to the vehicle states.
Well, let's talk about that. You mentioned it. You said testing. What do you mean by testing? What did you guys do to test this?
We obtained a identical 2021 Suburban vehicle with the same build out.
Okay.
And we drove it multiple times and extracted data from it multiple times in a series of tests designed to try to understand what is going on inside the system.
Okay. So this is simple testing. So you go out and drive it and you'd record, you knew when you're driving, so you could record times,
this
correct?
might
Record
be a
times,
mess.
locations, yes,
And then you could go back in
Why
and
didn't you
pull
just
that
call
data off
OnStar?
the infotainment center of the test vehicle, correct?
that's correct.
And then you can compare that to the logs that you guys wrote saying we did this at this time, correct?
That's correct.
And you what could you do with that comparison? What did that help you with?
So that helped us identify in the logs laid out states, very granular states of.
When you say granular, what do you mean by that?
I'll explain a few of the states to give you an example.
Okay.
When the vehicle first, say you open the door and you see the screen turn on the car, that would be maybe one or two of the states that the system tells me it's waking up. A message saying it's waking up, then a message saying I'm showing my animation video on the screen as it starts to boot up. And then eventually, like if the car is being, and then other states of the car, such as the in and out of park, a lot of the states only mean something very small in the whole scheme of how the car is operating, a very specific little pieces of data.
Okay. And there's a lot of it, correct?
There's a lot of them.
He keeps saying little.
And so
there's a lot.
you
Did
had
you
to
miss
kind
something?
of figure out a way to kind of pare that
I
data
can hear
down
the
into
cross-examination
something
in my brain.
that's useful for you to interpret, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And how did you do that?
Initially, we wrote a utility into our parser that would go through, first of all, and select all the messages we found of interest that indicated some sort of state of the vehicle. And then we attempted to take that data and put meaning to it. And it was a challenging process, let's put it that way.
Okay. But ultimately, do you feel like, at least for certain types of events, you're able to draw some conclusions about what was going on with the vehicle at certain times?
Certain events were much more specific about certain of the things that were going on with the car.
Like?
And were clearer.
And when you were asked, the question of, is
Kay
can
asked,
you use
is
any of this
encryption
information to
typical?
determine when a vehicle
We
could
wanna
potentially be
know.
moving? Is that
I don't know.
something that you look for in this data?
We were looking for that data. We found something close to that data.
Okay. And in your testing and analysis, what did you determine would be the best indicator to you, looking at the data, of when the vehicle is moving?
The message indicating whether the car was in park or out of park.
I'm just going to answer the question that's on the screen here. Is encryption typical for that make and model vehicle? He already testified at the beginning when he got on the stand that it was the first time they had ever seen a vehicle's data being encrypted. And I don't think he even said it was specific to make and model. It was just the first time and only time ever that they have seen it.
And so you found a reliable indicator in your opinion, indicates the vehicle would likely or possibly be moving, correct?
That's correct.
Possibly?
Now,
If we're in a
all you
lot of
said was you
possiblies,
can-
we got
This
problems.
particular message says it's either in park or out of park, correct?
That's all it says.
And it doesn't necessarily say whether it's in drive, correct?
That's right. I don't know what gear it's in.
Okay. But you can tell when it's out of park.
Correct.
All right. And we talked about call logs, and you found some call.
I'm just remembering being so sad at this point in the trial. Like, I remember this so well when he's like, so you can tell if it's in park or out of park. Yep. Can you tell if it's driving? Nope. Can you tell what gear it's in? Nope. But you can tell if it's in park or out of park. Yep. And it's like, oh my God, you've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me.
Logs, correct?
Yes.
On this vehicle.
Ooh.
And where did those call logs come from again?
They were stored within the infotainment system
And where did the infotainment system get them?
from an attached phone.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 446. And let me see if you recognize that document and where it's from.
Is that
Yes,
the
these were
call
call
logs?
logs that we recovered off the infotainment system.
Okay. And
Great.
those are two specific calls, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what are the date and time of those two calls?
The first one, June 7th, 2021 at 22:06:14,
And what was the number dialed on that one?
9111.
Okay, 3 ones. Okay.
And then another one shortly thereafter at 22:06:18, a couple seconds later, or just 911.
And
Still in
in
the
your
car?
research and testing,
Still in the car when he
can
called
you
911?
determine of when these call logs would have been pulled off the phone that made these calls?
No, at some point, the system would have downloaded that information from the phone. I don't know what time that occurred.
Okay. All right.
He called 911 from the car.
So admit it.
All right.
Do we know if the car's moving?
So that was the thing I was referring to a few minutes ago where I'd forgotten about this bit. Now I don't remember, and I also don't remember what we learned after this in terms of the 911. But if it's true that it does come out that he called 911 from the car, I had forgotten about that. But that is, and I feel like maybe they end up kind of splitting hairs over it, which would make sense, right? But that is some news right there. That is definitely, it's worth listening to this dude's testimony, even if it's just for that one detail, in my opinion, because that's a big deal. Then that's the first time that we hear it here. So
All right.
So if
And
he
I'm
was
gonna
in the
show
car, was he
you
at home?
what I believe is our last
That's
document.
interesting.
And this is exhibit 442.
That's very
And I'm going to
interesting.
ask if you recognize this document.
If he wasn't back yet and called 911, that's a very,
Yes.
very different case this afternoon.
I've titled this document the 2021 Chevy Suburban log file excerpts from June 7th, 2021.
and I'll just note real quick too, that this is part of why for people, and it's understandable that not always possible to watch a whole trial. And that's part of why I'm doing this because, I'm going through the entire trial and every single second of it and clipping out, in my opinion, the most significant testimony, basically, right? But if you just catch the highlights or just get a summary, that is a detail that is missed because I had forgotten about it even, right? But that's just shows what you miss when you don't listen to, I mean, you miss that 10 seconds of his testimony, and you wouldn't even learn that fact, right? Unless it comes up later, which it probably does, but still, like, anyway, it just shows the level of detail when you watch a whole trial, the things that you would miss otherwise, like that, like the fact that if he called 911 from the car before he gets home, potentially, that is huge. And just, that detail definitely is missed in, in summaries and in, even in discussing the evidence. I just feel like that got lost. But that's a good one.
About this a minute
Remember,
ago.
we don't hear the dogs
but,
until the second 911 call.
If you're trying to determine
After
when
it's
this vehicle
transferred.
moved, you identified a key indicator. When the vehicle may have possibly moved, you identified a key indicator in that data that would indicate to you, in your opinion, that the vehicle could have possibly been moving, correct?
That's correct. In or out of park.
Okay. And when you produced that report, did you color code certain columns?
Yes, I hand colored the columns on here that indicated those for clarity.
And I think I meant to say rows because they're horizontal,
rows,
correct?
yes.
My apologies. And you color coded certain ones, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
The defense is going to have to come around to explain that it could have just downloaded the call log later. But if the car is moving at 10:06, it's different because the vehicle was not in park.
Okay.
So they've got to present this clearly.
So we'll keep moving. I'm going to need that exhibit back, please. And we're going to switch to Elmo. Once we get the computer going, it'll give a better view, but for the moment, we'll look at the Elmo.
It said out of park. We're going to need more evidence.
In your opinion, when you see a group of messages happening at the same time, what's the best way to interpret that information?
You have to kind of take a look at them as an aggregate.
Okay. And so you kind of look at all these messages as a whole to interpret what they mean, correct?
That's correct.
Rather than each one individually.
That's correct.
Okay. So let's look at it.
This is
Looking at
foundational.
lines 9148 and all those lines that are timestamped identically, which goes down to line 9159. What does that group of messages, in your opinion, mean was happening on this vehicle at that time on June 7th of 2021?
It looked like the infotainment computer was beginning a power down sequence.
Okay.
And then
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but at that particular event, what happens with the vehicle?
the vehicle goes out of park.
Okay. And then at the next
So
line
he's
below
at-
that.
he's there
what's
from
the time
9:22 to
on that?
9:43.
The date time on that?
9:43 and 59 seconds, June 7th, 2021. That's PM.
Okay. And what happens with the vehicle?
It goes back into park.
Okay. And so roughly how much time passed between those two events?
It looks like just under a minute.
Okay.
Yeah. So
And you
20
can't tell
minutes
us
at
what the vehicle
Mom's.
actually moved during that time, correct?
No.
All right. All you can tell us was it was out of park for a little under a minute.
Yes.
Yeah. So 20 minutes at Mom's, like Shelly said.
All right. And, or excuse me, 9:43:05, the vehicle
out
is
of
now
park.
back out of park, correct?
That's correct.
Roughly how much time passes between those two events?
Approximately 21 minutes.
That is consistent. I need to see the timeline visually to see if we have around when we think Maggie's phone could have been ditched.
My first mistake.
Could have been on the way back, because on the way back makes sense in that 10:01, that 10:01 time or that 10:04 time, because her phone was on the side of the road where Alec would be coming back to Moselle, not going towards Moselle, which will be interesting.
And this will be very brief, I believe, but just very
Don't promise
briefly.
that.
Yesterday, we covered that it was difficult to download the information from the vehicle because it was encrypted
I've
by
got
the
thoughts on this.
manufacturer, correct?
Yes, the encryption was done by the manufacturer.
And you essentially had to reverse engineer the device using a test vehicle.
That's correct.
And looks like you got a lot of good data out of it, but there's some of it that isn't quite clear. Like we said, we didn't exactly know what necessarily
we said.
trigger something like a system startup.
Correct.
But
We're on
some of the other ones would be pretty obvious, like
FBI
engine
agent Dwight
on, obviously means
Folkowski.
somebody cranked the car. correct?
Yeah, the engine was turned on at that point.
Okay.
FBI
I'm not
car
going to go through that spreadsheet again. I just
Oh,
wanted
thank God.
to clarify that. And how long did this process take you, this reverse engineering process?
Our whole analysis took just about 1 year.
Did you
It's a
hear the
long
attorney
time
say,
to-
wow?
It's a hard effort.
Here's the thing, the defense
Will you
is
be
going
able
to
to
use
reuse
that.
this work on other 2021 Chevy Suburbans?
Some of the tools we developed will be reusable.
And I asked before, and I guess no one reached out to the manufacturer for assistance in this process?
Our group did not.
The courts, the
Do
attorneys
you
are
know
going to use that
why?
to
I
their
mean, I think yesterday you said
advantage.
in the past there wasn't, they weren't very helpful, but it seems like the worst they could do is say no. Do you know why it was decided to not reach out?
For our unit, I believe that our attempt is to get the data ourselves without outside assistance. In many cases, we end up finding data that even the manufacturer doesn't know is there.
That's terrifying. The FBI's like,
Now I want to turn to
they
what,
don't know how much we know, and we don't want them to know how much we know.
Was resolved.
Terrifying.
And I'm going to show you a printout that has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 90, and I believe you've had a chance to review this.
Yes, sir. I've
The defense is
reviewed
going to
this
say
material.
the prosecution
you
had no
recognize
evidence,
it?
so they spent a year
Yes,
trying
this
to
is from our
find
results.
this.
And what is this?
This is a list of events that were recorded from the vehicle. There was a category we called events that just listed times that something interacted or something occurred with the vehicle.
How often does that work for y'all? My phone does not always automatically connect. I have a very intelligent car, or at least
Finally,
it
I
says
just
it
want to
is.
ask about, you had mentioned in your direct testimony that there's sometimes you can get location data.
Not
Were
every
you able to
car
get
has
location
OnStar.
data from the vehicle?
From the infotainment system, we had limited location data, and there was some location data recovered from the OnStar module.
And do you recall, was there any location data recovered for the day of June 7th, 2021?
There was no location data recovered on June 7th.
That's so
And in
helpful.
fact, there wasn't any for June 6th or June 8th either. Is that correct?
I'd have to verify those dates, but in this essence, on the day of interest in June 7th, there was no location data.
With OnStar, there should be. I don't know why they couldn't collect that. It's odd to me, but maybe it's not odd. I don't know, man. It's just.
Your Honor, apologize, I forgot to please move Defendant's Exhibit 90 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
At least you remembered at some point, counsel. It's
No further questions.
State calls Chris Wilson.
personal
You know the
injury.
defendant?
I do.
Do you see him in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point him out for the jury?
Yes, sir. Redhead with the glasses over there between Mr. Griffin and Mr. Harpootlian.
Your Honor, can the record reflect he's identified the defendant?
Yes.
Tell me how you came to know the defendant.
I've known Alex since we were in high school. I think I was a year younger than him, but Bamberg and Hampton are only about 30 miles apart. And so we had several mutual friends, people that I was closer to back then, but got to know and be around him some then. Played some ball against each other, and I think even played on the same ball team one summer. So I knew him a little bit through high school, but not much. Didn't keep in touch at all when we were in college. Started law school at the same time together, and became
At
really close
USC.
friends through law school. Lived together a little bit of that time. Finished law school. I moved to Greenville. He moved to Beaufort, and we would keep in touch some, but we were a little bit separated. And then when I moved back to Bamberg and he ultimately moved back to Hampton, we got much, much closer. Our wives had known each other through college, and so they became closer friends. Our kids grew up together. We just spent a lot of time together personally, and then he and I did a number of cases together. We worked professionally together.
Y'all become close friends over the years?
Yes, sir.
Best friends?
Yes, sir. I considered him to be one of my best, if not my best friend. Yes, sir.
You get to know his family?
I consider
Very much. Not just his wife, not just Maggie, not just Paul, but, Buster and his parents, his in-laws, his brothers and sisters, his mom and daddy. I mean, the whole family. And they knew my family, or he knew my family.
this will be interesting testimony
Y'all did things
because
together socially?
of the
Yes, sir.
of the
We had
devastation.
kids the same age. Our kids are close. We did a lot of things together, and we worked together.
Up until about June of 2021, did you talk to the defendant almost every day?
Yes, sir. I didn't see Alec all the time, not every day, maybe not even once a week, but we talked by phone probably pretty much every day. Several times a day sometimes. Sometimes just about, Gamecocks and football and baseball and whatever.
Everything
Sometimes
comes
about
back to the
kids, sometimes
Gamecocks.
about business, sometimes
I've
about
learned
cases
anything
we
in
were
this
working on.
trial.
It's all kind of stuff.
All things circle back to the Gamecocks.
Did you feel like you knew him pretty well?
I did.
You mentioned y'all worked some cases together. How many cases together did you work over the years?
Well, my firm, when I first started out by myself, was smaller. I didn't have a lot of resources. I was just getting started. His firm was bigger with a lot more resources and a lot more lawyers. They handled some bigger cases that I really wasn't capable of handling together on my own. And so when it first started out, I was associating him and his firm a lot more often, probably over the course of, these last 20 years, probably 25 or 30 cases. But it slowed down. I mean, as my firm got bigger and I became more experienced and could handle a lot more things on my own, it was less and less often that I would associate his firm. But if I ever felt like it could benefit my client with either the type of case that I was handling or where the case was going to be brought to have his firm involved, I would call Alec.
How many times do you think you worked
So
a
he
case with
trusted
him or
him
shared a case with
and
him
relied
over the
on him.
years?
Of course he did.
Probably 30, maybe more.
Closing
Or
argument,
fake
that's
that
when
he's
the lawyer
emotional.
gets up and sort of summarizes the case to the judge or the jury,
And then
depending on what kind
steal.
of case it is.
Yes, sir. Honestly, you do more than summarize, you argue.
You argue.
Yeah, you put your heart into it, and you tell the judge or the jury why it is you hope and think they do what you're asking them to do.
It's a good summary of closing
Said the
argument.
verdict was how much in total?
5.5 million combined.
And what does that mean the fees were going to be for the three lawyers involved in this case?
I don't remember the exact split for everybody. I know that my fee was going to be like $791,000, and the fee payable to Alex firm was going to be $792,000. Read
Go
it.
ahead and read that to the jury, what your text conversation right there is.
March 10th, I need to get checked today. If it's just too much for you, I will deal with it.
And what's your response?
I'm working on it.
So that's March 10th of 2021, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
May I have the Elmo, please?
I wonder what else was going on. There's like so much to this story we're missing. But I need to get checked today. I just wonder what else.
Let's talk about that text.
What
a little
else
bit.
was going
Does that
on?
Text help you kind of get an idea of
These texts are
roughly
new.
when the disbursement check came in on the Mack truck case?
Yes, sir. So by our rules, the Supreme Court, any check that's of a certain size has to be in your trust account for at least 10 days before you can disperse. And this was a sizable check, so I was going to wait more than 10 days just to make sure there weren't any problems. So if that's March the 10th, like I said, those checks, the final amount of that money would have come in sometime, towards the end of February. Because I think I waited 12 to 15 days, as I recall.
You said it's a sizable amount of money. This was a pretty big recovery, correct?
Yes, sir.
I imagine you contacted the other attorney and you contacted the defendant to say, hey, got the money in.
I did.
Did you when you contacted the defendant about that, what, if anything, did he say?
Great news, good. I told him that I was going to sit on it a little bit longer than normal to disperse, just because if it had all come in a wire, I could have dispersed immediately because those are considered received funds. But with it being a check, I wanted to wait. And so I let both of them know
That's
that I had
fair.
received the money and that I wasn't going to do it on the 10th day.
He was being
But then I would do it
cautious.
shortly thereafter.
Did the defendant ask you to do anything when it came time to dispersing his firm's share of the funds?
I wanted to
He
wait
did,
as fair.
yes, sir.
All right, tell me about that conversation.
When it came time to disperse the checks, and I was calling him and the other lawyer to let them know that I'd have the checks ready, I guess somewhere around March the 10th, Alec told me that he was going to put the monies into an annuity, that he was going to put his fees in an annuity. He called it a structure, but in essence, he explained he was going to put those monies into an annuity. and that the checks needed to be made payable directly to him instead of to his firm so that he could do that.
Okay. And did he explain to you why he was going to do that?
He had just indicated that he was putting money away. He indicated he was concerned about the boat case, and that
He was
he was going
hiding
to put
it.
some monies in an annuity or into a structure.
Putting it away is not
You say
exactly what he was
concerned about the
doing.
boat case. What exactly what was he concerned about? What did he tell
Hiding
you
it.
he was concerned about?
Them taking his
He
money.
was concerned about his exposure in the boat case.
Yes.
Did he have any further explanation to you as to why this would be okay? Why this was all right to do?
He told me that he had already cleared it with the partners in his firm. I mean, he was a partner himself, with the authority to do things for the firm, but he told me he had already cleared it with his partners in the firm, and that that they were going to put the monies on the books, and that they would be accounted for at the end of the year whenever they did their year-end settle up, that he would already be accounted for as having been paid these monies already.
Looking back at this exhibit that's now up on the screen, did he tell you any more about why he needed to get the check today?
I spoke to him on the phone that day, and he just asked me if the checks were going to be ready that day. As I recall, I was on the road. I wasn't sure I was going to make it back to the office or not. My bookkeeper was getting the checks ready, and I spoke to him on the phone and told him that if I got back in time to sign the checks, I'd have them ready that day. He told me he'd like to get them that day, yes,
The
sir.
boat case lawyer will testify, and that's when they
He
will
told
hear
you
a little
that
more about
he had
it,
already
but not
cleared
a
this with the
ton.
partners. They were okay with him getting this money right now instead of having to wait till the end of the year.
He told me that the partners were aware that the monies were being paid to him, that he was going to put them into annuities, and that they would be accounted for on the books of the firm as already having been credited as paid towards him.
So he told you everything was on the up and up and it was fine.
Did you believe the defendant when he told you these things?
Yes, sir. I didn't have any reason not to.
Your best friend?
Yes, sir.
Did you trust him?
I did.
Did you ultimately initially write a couple of fee checks?
I did, yes, sir. I think I wrote one check in the gentleman's case and one check in the lady's case. And then the gentleman's check was rewritten into two checks
And he asked you to write the checks out to who?
to him,
Him directly.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And you said you trusted him, correct?
Yes, sir.
What was your general perception of his law practice, of his wealth, of his financial security, knowing him as well as you did? What was your perception of that?
Big firm, big reputation. Alec had a big reputation from the
Really?
way his partners treated him, the type of cases I saw him working on with them, the type of cases I knew he worked on with me. That he was, one of the biggest dogs in that firm, one of the biggest producers they had.
He was
seemed
the
to own a lot
rainmaker.
of things, do a lot of things, spend money. Didn't ever seem to have problems. And I knew I was associating him and his firm on very good cases throughout the years, and I
He's
knew
like,
other
I-
lawyers that were.
He's like, I knew how much he was making because
Seemed
I
like
knew
they
how
were
much
doing
I
very
was
well, and
making.
that he specifically was doing very well.
And he was making more than I was
Is that
making.
perception that you had of him one of the reasons why you trusted him?
No, we trusted him because they're
That there
friends,
was no
Creighton.
shenanigans going on?
I don't know that
Shenanigans,
that's
bingo.
the main reason. I trusted him because I knew him and had dealt with him personally and professionally for a long time.
And I was going to say, too, we heard similar things from Mark Tinsley during the proffer. I'm sure we'll hear as well from when he's not having a proffer. But that, echoing the same sentiment that there's no way that he wasn't rich. I mean, that's what everybody said, right? Because they know he's settling cases, these big cases. They know that they're everyone that testifies even says like that Alex made more money than they did. So, leads us back to the number one question: where's the money?
But I had no idea if he was having money problems. I mean, I would have never suspected that his asking me to write checks to him had anything to do with money problems on his behalf. Nothing gave that appearance.
That's fair.
So, I mean, that could have factored into the back, but mostly it's just I knew the guy and I trusted him. The phone rang and it was Alec, and I answered the phone.
What did he say?
Said, hey, hey, Bo, is normally how he would greet you, hey, Bo. And I don't remember if he said, what are you doing or what. I pretty quickly told him, hey, I've got my hands in the middle of this pool pump messing up. Can I call you right back?
Did you sound normal to you?
Sounded normal, yes, sir.
So you said, hey, I'm busy right now. Let me call you back.
I did, yes, sir.
And what did he say?
Said, that's fine, no problem. Looks
So this part's actually really important because I kind of had forgotten about this too. This is kind of going along with what would appear to be Alex trying to establish, in a sense, an alibi. I mean, we know he was driving when, to and from his mom's house when he made these calls. So it's not like he needed to, well, I guess essentially it is establishing an alibi because, of course, then you've got the phone showing that he's not home, right? But I think also just sort of like to make it seem like everything's normal, right? Because we know that Alex actually makes a number of phone calls and it's only a 15-minute drive each way. We know he talks to, I mean, gosh, I can't even remember them all, but there's a lot of people. He talks to, like, I think he calls Rogan. I know he talks to, like, Randy. He talks to Chris several times, as we hear. And then there's other people as well. He's, like, busy little bee on the phone. So, but I think what's interesting is the fact that Chris is, so essentially what we're hearing about right now are the phone calls that Alex has made after he's killed Maggie and Paul, and he's driving to or from his mom's house, and he's calling Chris, and he's sounding totally normal, like chit chat, small talk, and I think that's fascinating.
like it was at 9:11 p.m.
No foundation.
incoming from his cell phone.
I'm here for the info, but there's no foundation.
Right, so you got off,
2-minute phone call.
2-minute phone call.
Yes,
So you got off the phone. What happened next?
I finished trying to fix the pool pump, called Alec back,
All right. And what time was that?
9:20 p.m.
And tell me about that conversation. Tell the jury about that conversation.
Called Alec back. I generally say, hey, Bo, too. And, hey, Bo, calling you back. He said, hey, I'm about to get to my mom's house. Can we talk a little bit later? I told him, sure. There were a couple of things I needed to talk with him about, cases that one case that we were working on and one case that I had going on. I wanted a little advice, ask him how his mama was doing. And I asked him how his daddy was doing because I knew his dad was getting a lot worse. We had talked about that over the weekend at the baseball game in Columbia. And I think we had talked on the phone on Sunday also. So he said, can I call you back or can we talk later? And I said, sure.
You said his daddy was getting worse. Had he called you that day, Monday at all, to give you any updates to your recollection?
I don't think we talked earlier in the day on that Monday.
Did you talk to the defendant again?
I did. He, I believe, texted me sometime later that evening. And I think the text was something, are you still up or still up, something like that.
And tell me about that conversation.
He didn't answer, which is kind of normal with Alex sometimes. Sometimes he wouldn't answer because he was either on the phone or sometimes he was just in bad service, I think, and couldn't get a call to go through. So I'm pretty persistent. I call right back. So I called him, I didn't get an answer, and then I called him back. And that was at 9:50, according to these records, 9:52 is when I tried to call and didn't get an answer, and I called back at 9:53. And said, hey, Alec, I got your text calling you back. How's your mama? And he said, she's, doing about like normal, I think. I mean, she'd been doing poorly for years. And I told him I needed to talk to him. We had a case we were working on that involved a piece of equipment that had malfunctioned. And the company had preserved the equipment, but they weren't going to preserve it too much longer. We needed to get it inspected. And they were kind of pushing on us about when the inspection was going to occur. And I said, hey, we need to talk about this and get this squared away so we don't miss the chance to inspect this equipment. And I need to talk to you about some motions or something I've got upcoming that I need a little help on.
Work mode.
And he said, hey, that's cool, but I'm about to get back home. Can we talk tomorrow? And
He was in work mode.
Fine.
That was some total of what he had to say was he's about to get home to Moselle and
This
can
is
talk
it.
tomorrow.
He had to get off the phone so he could call 911, which from the previous witness, it's entirely possible that, like we heard, he may have been still driving / in his car when he called 911. So ostensibly, he hung up the phone with Chris Wilson and called 911 before arriving back at the crime scene. And I think also part of it that if I'm trying to remember correctly, it would have, I remember thinking that there was a thing about how much time, like it would give him more time depending on when he called 911. I can't remember. I think that'll come up later with the steps and the timeline and all that. But I remember thinking it did make a difference if he called it a little bit earlier. Anyway, getting ahead of myself trying to remember all these details. But yeah, anyway. All right, let's carry on.
9:53 p.m.
We put stage 451 up on the screen.
So this is at 9:53 p.m. The 911 call comes in at 10:06. We know that it took him about 15-ish minutes to drive to his mom's house and back.
How'd you find out?
I was asleep. My phone's always kind of sit beside the bed. I could hear it buzzing, but I really wasn't paying any attention. My wife comes in kind of, just hysterical. She says, you got to wake up, And I don't remember if she was on the phone with Randy's wife or Randy himself. She's trying to tell me what's going on, and I'm looking at my phone, and I've got a text from a person I knew in Hampton that's texting me saying, hey, give me a call. I got to tell you something before you hear it somewhere else. It was a person that was in the county government down there that I knew that was just trying to get word to me before I heard it somewhere else. My wife, I don't think I respond to that person or her text immediately. My wife is telling me what's going on. I just told her, I said, I'll get some clothes. I got to go to Moselle. We started trying to call our daughter right at about 11 o'clock. Started trying to call our children, tell them what was going on. I don't even know how much my wife and I spoke about it. I mean, she knew I was leaving. I got in the car, went straight to Moselle, grabbed some clothes and went straight to Moselle.
How long does that take?
From Columbia, about an hour and 40 minutes or so. I mean, I called some different people on the way that I thought needed to know. I mean, repeatedly trying to call my daughter. She was extremely close. She is and was extremely close to Buster and Paul. And, we couldn't get her to answer, called her boyfriend, just repeatedly calling her. I think I talked to Randy on the way down, but I can't say for sure I did, but I know I talked to somebody in their family on the way down, just to tell them I was on the way.
About what time did you get to Moselle?
About 1 o'clock in the morning.
And then they all descended on Moselle.
Other family and friends were arriving then too?
Already had arrived, I believe. Yes, sir.
What do y'all think Alex is thinking right there? I mean, what an interesting expression. I mean, his eyes are like shark eyes. I don't know. It's weird.
I mean, when I got there, I went through the main gates. I could see, I don't know that I knew at that point that this had occurred at the kennels, but I could see that there was tons of activity there as I passed by to go to the main gate, and when I turned in the main gate,
So from the road,
I
he
was
could see
on the road
activity at
headed
the
up to the
kennels.
house. You don't go very
Interesting.
far, and you can turn right to go to the kennels. I almost was going to turn and go down to the kennels, and I think John Marvin and Randy were walking out and kind of waved off and said, go to the house.
Is that where you went?
Yes, sir.
Was the defendant there?
He was, yes, sir. Yeah,
You talked to him?
I did. I walked in, hugged his neck and cried. Didn't know what to say.
hug his neck and cry.
Yes,
Because
sir.
what do you say?
A lot of people there coming out to support him as you would expect, correct?
Yes, sir. There were a lot of the lawyers that he practices law with, several family members, some friends of his that I knew. There were a lot of people already in the house, yes, sir.
Did you stay there during the early morning hours as a friend, supporting your friend?
Yes, sir, till 5:30 or so in the morning. 4:35, I don't know. Everybody was shocked and destroyed, and
course.
times it felt like it stood still. So I don't know exactly what time it was, but sometime 4 or 5 o'clock that morning, everybody decided it would be best for Alec and Buster to go get some sleep, or at least try to, and not stay there that night. And so
Oh, no. Yeah,
I
you
went
don't
back to
stay
Bamberg
there.
and slept in my office.
Did you return to Moselle the next day after getting some sleep?
I did about 9 o'clock that next morning.
Were you there as much as you could be at Moselle or wherever you were needed over the next few days in the aftermath of all of this?
Yes, sir. I was there almost entirely the next 2 days.
What conversations did
At
you
any
have the
point,
next 2 days?
did you ever have any conversation with the defendant about
Thank you,
what he did
Creighton.
that night?
Not really, no, sir.
What do you mean by not really?
I didn't ask him. I didn't want to know what he found. I didn't want him to have to describe that to me. I didn't want him to have to relive it, so I didn't ask him about it.
Didn't ask him.
No, sir.
Because you know what
It's only
happened.
natural.
Yes, sir. I was there as a friend,
Creighton, we don't need your
supporting him and his family.
commentary.
I didn't need to know the details.
Of course not.
I knew all I needed to know is that 2 people that I loved were
Murdered.
gone.
Were murdered. 2 people you loved were murdered. You don't need the
Certainly
gory
we're going to ask him
details.
about the stupid issue with the fees in this time.
No, sir, not at all. Didn't know there was an issue with the fee. I did not know there was an issue with the fee at that time, so I didn't have anything to ask you.
Over the next few weeks, did you do what you could do to be a supportive friend?
That was interesting. I'm going to rewind it a second. I think Chris Wilson's reaction there is to Alex because it looks like he looks over in a different direction. Let me rewind that real quick. That's interesting.
Were you there as much as you could be at Moselle or wherever you were needed over the next few days in the aftermath of all of this?
Yes, sir. I was there almost entirely the next 2 days.
So coming up here in a second, it looks like Chris Wilson looks over and maybe makes eye contact with Alex and then has a reaction.
What conversations did
At
you
any
have the
point,
next 2 days?
did you ever have any conversation with the defendant about
Thank you,
what he
Creighton.
did that night?
Not really, no, sir.
What do you mean by not really?
I didn't ask him. I didn't want to know what he found. I didn't want him to have to describe that to me. I didn't want him to have to relive it, so I didn't ask him about it.
Didn't ask him.
No, sir.
Because you know what
It's only
happened.
natural.
Yes, sir. I was there as a friend,
Creighton, we don't need your
supporting him and his family.
commentary.
I didn't need to know the details.
Of course not.
I knew all I needed to know is that 2 people that I loved were
Murdered.
gone.
Okay,
Were murdered.
yeah,
2
right
people
there.
you loved were murdered. You
Hold
don't
on.
need the
Certainly we're
gory
going to ask him
details.
about the stupid issue with the fees in this time.
No, sir, not at all. Didn't know there was an issue with the fee. I did not know there was an issue with the fee at that time, so I didn't have anything to ask you.
All right, hold on. Right here, I think. Yeah, look.
Over the next few weeks, did you do what you could do to be a supportive friend?
I don't know. It looks like he maybe sees him or makes eye contact, and I don't know. It's tough, man.
Did? Yes, sir. I tried to call him even more often. If I was anywhere close to Hampton, I tried to stop by and check on him. I tried to make him go places and do things. Not much, but I felt like he needed to get out. I was worried he was going to hurt himself. I was worried he's gonna kill himself, just like I think a lot of people were, family and lawyers, his partners.
Well,
And so I think we all
there's
We all
that.
talk regularly about keeping an eye on him, about being there for him.
After a few weeks go by, the shock starts to abate just a little bit.
It still hadn't abated.
Still hasn't abated, just a little bit.
Yes, sir.
At some point, does the defendant call you about those fees?
He does. Yes, sir.
You remember roughly when that was?
Sometime around the middle of July.
Yeah, the court is
What does
full.
the defendant say to you?
He tells me that he has not been able to put the monies into the annuities like he thought he could, that he's messed it up, and that the monies needed to be paid to his firm, and that that he needs to send the money back to me to run it through my trust account to write the checks to his firm directly.
Did he send the money back to you?
Not all of it, no, sir.
What did he send back to you?
600,000 of the 792.
And in what form did he send that money back to you?
It came in the 600,000 came in two separate wire transfers.
Tell
From
me
where?
about those.
Did they come from Palmetto State
I
Bank?
don't remember the dates, but I think it was July 15, July 16, somewhere
I
around
need
in
to
there.
change the way I say July.
One came from Palmetto State Bank, and I think one came from Bank of America.
From the fake forge
One for
account.
350 and one for 250,
I
correct?
think, yes, sir, I believe
We'll
that's
hear
right.
from Palmetto State Bank about that.
That was only $600,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you had dispersed to him directly how much?
792,000.
Did you have a
Great.
conversation with him about the
No.
fact that it was $192,000 short?
Yes, sir.
And what was that conversation?
He told me that he had already put the 192,000 away to where he wasn't going to be able to access it. I took it that he had already put it into the annuity.
A wire is
And
just
that
a
it
bank
wasn't going to be available
transfer.
without some type of penalties or cost. And he said, I don't have the 192, but I'll be able to get it to you very shortly or soon. I don't remember if he said within a couple days or a couple weeks or what he said, but it was soon.
Did he?
What did he want you to do, though, once this money came back in? Did he ask you to do anything?
To rewrite the checks payable for the fees to his firm.
They're
Did
going
he ask you to
to
communicate
the
with the firm at all?
July fees and
He
then to
asked
the
me
September
when
conversations.
the money was back into
So
the
he's just
account, if
going
I
in
could send
time.
an email that I was holding those monies so that they would know those monies were in the trust account.
But you're $192,000 short, so what was his discussion then?
He told me he didn't have the $192,000. And I mean, at that point, I
And
know
that-
that I've got a trust account for which I'm responsible for. I've got money that's supposed to have been in my trust account payable to his firm for fees.
You're right fucked if it's not there.
That's my responsibility. And so I had to put $192,000 of my own money into my trust account to hold for the fees for his firm.
That's wading
How did you
into
do that? How did you
disbarment
put
territory.
$192,000 of your own money into your trust account to cover the defendant?
I wrote a check.
Explain to the jury why you have to do that. What is it about a trust account that you have to do that? If you're going to send that email to
Because
them?
I can't tell somebody I'm holding money in my trust account that I'm not holding in my trust account.
But he did.
I'm responsible for that trust account. Trust accounts are money that belong to someone else.
Yep.
That you're holding in a fiduciary relationship.
In
And
trust.
you're responsible to make sure that those monies are held and dispersed appropriately. And at this point, I'm hearing that I haven't dispersed or paid those monies the way they're supposed to be paid.
One time, did he ask you to cover that money, or is that just kind of a given that he was short?
I knew I had to, and I think he asked
Because
me
he
to,
would
but
get
I knew that I
disbarred.
had to.
He had to, or he would be fucked.
All right, tell me about that document. What happened? What's the conversation related to that document?
At some point in time when I'm talking to Alec, I said, hey, I need to come see you in your office and talk with you about something. I don't even think I told him exactly what it was. He said, sure. So I went down and went in his office. I said, look, I hate to even talk to you about this and I hate to ask you this, but if something happens to you, and I think I phrased it like if you get hit by a car or something
said,
happens
"Hey,
and you die, I
sure
can't
day.
get repaid that money against your estate unless
Maybe
there's
you got my
something in
money."
writing between us. I knew enough to know, enough of the law to know that you can't enforce an agreement with a person that's deceased against their estate unless you got some documentation of it. I said, boy, I hate to even ask you to do this. And I was worried that he was going to kill himself, still at that point. And I was worried about what that would, was worried about what that would mean
For his
more
money.
so on a human personal level, but
For his
also what that
money.
would mean about me trying to get repaid. And I said, I hate to ask you to do this, but can we do this? And he said, sure, no problem. I mean, that's our agreement, and sure. And so we scratched out, he hand wrote it, 3 sentences.
Hold on for me 1 second.
Oh, they're at sidebar. Interesting. We're in like the third trial of this trial. We've had the trial outside the presence of the jury, the murder trial, and then the financial trial inside the presence
So funny because we have more trials to come inside the trial, but that was the first and potentially the only sidebar of the entire trial. It's definitely the first one so far, might be the only one. So I wanted to make sure I included that special little gem. We may not see another one.
within the presence of the jury.
As your Honor is aware from the in-camera proceedings.
Roadside incident.
There is, he has a confrontation with the defendant, and the defendant tells him some things that he, the witness here has a confrontation with the defendant at his mother's porch.
I want to hear about the roadside incident.
About what the law firm had found.
Sorry, I banged my hand on the
testimony. The witnesses
table.
testified that the defendant, admits the financial misdeeds, says he had a drug issue, I think going to rehab, and some things like that. And that is, I believe, on the early afternoon of September 4th. And then not long after that, he hears that the defendant was shot on the side of the road.
My cousin
And
Eddie.
so we've had some discussions about the drug issue. So before listening to that testimony, I alerted the defense and wanted to make sure that we had set our ground rules on that. And then, of course, the side of the road issue, which we've talked about earlier.
What ground rules did you set?
Your Honor sets the ground rules, and that's.
You take a break during questioning the witness to have a conference with counsel.
Well, I am seeking to admit that evidence, not only of what the defendant said about his drug use, but also to submit that not long after that, he heard
Roadside
about
incident.
the side of the road incident. And I, out of abundance of caution, raised that issue, and I believe the defense was going to object. Trying to give them the opportunity to do that.
outside the presence
in
of the jury,
in-camera
because
setting.
you know that this is dangerous ground.
All right.
You know that this is dangerous territory, Creighton.
Which, Your Honor, for both of those, I think.
Don't elicit it.
They are admissible. As first of all, again, we're not offering any drug use, and we've had some discussion about that yesterday. We're not offering any drug use for the purposes of what's improper under 404. In this particular instance, the defendant himself identifies that as a reason for these alleged misdeeds. So not only is it not 404, it's just part of the res geste of his statement, which is part of what's been admitted.
It was admitted yesterday, so we're beyond that issue.
So this is actually really important because so far we've had, the 404 proper. So we've got both cases in, we've got the financial crimes in, so now we're at the side of the road. And so this is Creighton trying to get side of the road, to come in, or seeing if it can come in at this juncture. Which of course leads into another can of worms with drug use and stuff like that. And that of course, whole other can of worms in terms of 403, 404 issues. So that's where we're at right now. Remember, it's like the other episode that was called how far was the door opened? It's like this trial has so many doors, right? So we've got both cases open, financial crimes open. Right now we're at this door, the door for the side of the road, roadside incident. And we're at this point. Is the door going to open or is it not going to open?
As far as the court is concerned.
Get it, Judge.
And then as far as the side of the road,
Particulars of which have not been disclosed, but the email from Mr. Murdaugh doing rehab.
Let's zoom in on the judge.
Published by the defense.
yes, sir. And then secondly, along with the
Thank you.
side of the road, again, at this point in time, just going to be admitted that he heard about what had happened to the defendant.
That's better.
There are other circumstances that we talked about earlier that we would address at a later time about the side of the road, which we believe is admissible and admissible under 404. We could I don't know that we need to have an in-camera proceeding at this point in detail about that, but because all he's going to say is he heard that happen. But I just wanted to, again, and out of abundance of caution, we've gone this far. I just wanted to be, before I listed anything along those lines, just wanted to alert the defense and give them a chance to object.
All right. Mr. Griffin?
Yeah, we do object, Your Honor.
You should.
First, he's not the proper
Dangerous
witness to
ground.
be testifying about what happened on the side of the road. He just hears it secondhand, so any information he has is just hearsay. In the in-camera hearing, he also provided his opinion that Alec must have tried to commit suicide, and that's improper. So first it's hearsay, but more importantly, Your Honor, it is a bridge too far under the narrow exception that you've offered, that they're offering this evidence of financial crimes, that it's a motive for this alleged murder that he committed. And so the fact that whether it was an assisted suicide or they want to go further and say it's part of the same scheme and that it's a sympathy ploy, which the court hasn't ruled upon, and we don't think it meets the standard there, and it violates Rule 403. So for all those reasons, we object to it coming into evidence.
Do you want to proffer what Attorney Wilson is going to say about it?
You've heard it.
During his prior testimony
heard
in the in-camera hearing, and I certainly can do that, he testified.
Prior testimony.
Yes, sir.
Which did not involve anything about a roadside shooting.
It did, though. It started to.
So, Mr. Wilson, kind of jumping ahead, you had a confrontation.
Oh, they're
with
doing
the
a proffer.
defendant
We're doing
on
the proffer
September
now.
4th when you drove
Another
to
proffer.
Hampton County to have a meeting with them on the porch of Alameda. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And pull the mic forward to a
Yes.
little bit. And
Outside the presence of the jury, we're doing another
without
proffer.
getting into all that detail, after that conversation,
Okay.
he made some admissions to you at that time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And just very quickly tell the court what he said.
He admitted or said that he had a drug problem for 20 plus years and that he was going to rehab. And then he said he admitted he had been stealing money.
Okay. And did he say anything about the 192 with you? Did he have a phrase he used for that?
Yes, sir.
What
A
did he say?
proffer is telling the judge out
You don't have to proffer this portion. You're
the
indicating you're
roadside,
trying
Creighton,
to
outside the presence of the
go
jury.
beyond this into something else.
Thank you,
What
Your
time did
Honor.
this, yes, sir, thank you, Your Honor. What time did this conversation take place roughly?
Mid-late morning, just before lunch.
All right. And that's on September 4th?
Saturday, September 4th, yes, sir.
After that confrontation, did you leave?
I did.
And where did you go?
I went through Hardee's in Hampton, grabbed a bite of lunch at the drive-through, and then drove back towards Columbia.
Did you hear about anything relating to the defendant within a couple hours?
I did. I got a phone call from Lee Cope. Might have been Randy, but I think it was Lee Cope that called me and said Alec had been shot in the head and was being helicoptered. I thought he said to Savannah Hospital. I know he
That's
said
the
to the
proffer.
hospital in a helicopter.
And then?
That's as far as this witness would go.
And I've sustained the objection as to this portion
Yes.
of the testimony.
I think that's
I agree
appropriate.
with the defense, it's hearsay and if it's, and he's not the appropriate witness to testify on this issue.
Thank you, Your Honor. So obviously,
Creighton, stop.
and you understand where to stop?
Yes, sir.
That's a good ruling.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. When we left off, we were talking about the $192,000 that you had put in your trust account to cover the defendant.
Chad is
correct?
Bay, by the way.
Yes,
Thank you.
and he had signed this promissory note up on the screen. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Before I move on real quick, I want to show you what's been previously admitted into evidence in States 313 and see if you recognize that.
I do, yes, sir.
And what is that?
Looks like the original of the
Tell you guys the rest of the story in a minute.
$225,000 check
It was very
payable to
stressful.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh Esquire from my trust account dated March 10th, 2021 on this case.
All right, and that's your signature on there, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Catch the jury back up. He had asked you to send that email. You sent the email in July, and then you had those conversations in August that ultimately led to that promissory note, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then nothing more going on with it. Does anything happen in early September related to this?
Yes, sir.
And what day was it?
Friday, September the 3rd.
Tell me what happened.
About 3 o'clock in that afternoon, I'm with a group of guys. I get a phone call from Lee Cope. I tell Lee that I can't really
judge
talk much because I'm in the
Would
middle of a crowd.
grant these as
He
hearsay.
says Alex
The defense
stealing
is
money, that we
objecting.
found out Alex stealing money from the firm and from clients, and he's going to resign from the firm. And he wanted to know if I had the $792,000 in my trust account. I told him I did. He said, well, we're going to need to get that paid to us, and asked me not to say anything to anybody about any of it until the following Tuesday when they could issue a press release.
When you told him you had that $792,000 in your trust account, did that still include $192,000 that you had covered?
It did.
Okay. What happened next?
Talked to
I don't
Lee
think he
very
told him.
briefly again. He told me he was in the middle of trying to deal with all that they were dealing with, and he couldn't talk. That first phone call from him was like very brief, and then I think we talked again after I got away from the crowd. But he told me that he couldn't talk long, that they were in the middle of trying to deal with all that they were dealing with. That we would talk later. And, I mean, I had to kind of go back to the crowd that I was with and try to act as much as I could like normal so that, you know, I mean, I think they realized that I'd stepped away and take a phone call that had bothered me. And I tried to pretend like things were as normal as they could be until I could get away from that crowd.
You don't pretend as well as
Shock you to
Alex does,
hear
do you?
this?
Yes, sir.
Is that something you expected to hear about your friend, the defendant?
Not at all. I mean, I didn't expect that to be the purpose of Lee's phone call to me when I took it.
What did you expect?
What happened next?
Curious.
Did you attempt to call the defendant?
I think I texted him. I may have tried to call him after I got where I wasn't in the middle of a crowd of people. I think I may have called or texted him or both. And he texted me back something to the effect of that he couldn't talk right then. That I think he said he was meeting with probate attorneys or something to that effect, and that he couldn't talk right then and he would call later or we could talk later.
When Lee Cope called you, did he say anything about this check that's up on the screen?
He did.
What did he say?
He said that they had found a check in Alex's office from my firm that was made payable directly to him. I don't remember exactly how he described it, but he said, we found a check. We found out that Alex stealing money from the clients in the firm, and we found a check from your office. And I need to know if you've got that $792,000 in your account. We're going to need to get that paid to us, and I need you not to say anything until Tuesday when we can issue a press release.
How long do you think after you got that call or those calls from Lee that you tried to reach out to your friend, the defendant?
It probably took me an hour, maybe two, to finish what we were doing and get to where I could, where I felt like I could reach out to him without.
That'd be so stressful.
And what was his response again?
That'd be so
Something
stressful.
to the effect of he couldn't talk right then, that he was, I think it was something to do with the fact of meeting with probate attorneys or something like that, and that he would talk to me later.
Well, that's not what he was doing. He was getting fired from his job.
This is on September 3rd?
Friday, September the 3rd,
Talked to Alec later on that day.
that night, yes, sir.
And what was your conversation then?
I don't remember if he called me or I called him and was able to get him. And I said, Alec, I need to know what's going on. You know, Lee has called me about this, and I need to talk to you, and it needs to be face to face. I need to know what's going on. And he was non-committal about meeting, said he had a number of things he had to deal with, and that he would try to meet with me the next day.
Okay. So
I
what
mean,
happened?
I was at home. My wife was there. You know, I mean, I was talking to him on the phone, but I wanted to talk to him face to face to find out what was going on.
How were you feeling?
Wouldn't you?
Shocked, betrayed.
I would. I'd be like,
Mad.
bro, what the fuck?
I mean, I don't know, numb. I didn't.
What happened the next morning? Was that Saturday?
Saturday morning, September the 4th,
What year?
2021.
This is just
try to
an
get in touch
interesting
with him,
conversation.
I did. I woke up early that morning, told my wife, I had, told her that evening that there was a problem. I didn't get into a lot of detail with her, just told her there was a problem. And woke up the next morning, told her I was going to drive down to Beaufort. I thought Alec was staying at his brother's house, and I was going to drive down and talk to him.
He's like,
So
we're
I got
talking
in the
face
car
to
and took off
face.
driving towards Okatee.
Were you trying to get in touch with him and
Called him a bunch.
not getting in touch with him?
No answer. No, sir.
He's like, I'm going to
So
come.
you just decided to go on down there and find him.
Yes, sir.
So you drive where?
I started driving down I-95 towards Okatee, and he called me before I was going to get off and go to John Marvin's place. But he called me
Slow
before.
down. You say Okatee. What's Okatee?
That's what I call the area where his brother John Marvin lives. It might not be technically correct, but that's what I call it.
But that's where you thought he was?
I was
Because he
under the
knows the
impression
family
that's
so
where
well.
he
He's like,
stayed,
I'm going to come
so
to your brother's
You're
house,
just going to show up.
and then I'm going to go to your
I was
mama's
hoping
house.
that he would call me back on my way, but if not, I was just going to
Find you.
show up. Yes, sir.
He was going to find
So
him.
what happened along the way?
He called me while I was on the road down there and told me that he was sorry he hadn't been able to take my calls and that he would meet me at his mother and father's house at Alameda.
Did that meeting ultimately happen?
It did.
About what time did that happen?
Kind of late mid-morning.
I bet the jury's
I wanna say
interested
around
in
11
this.
o'clock or so, sometime
Like
before
this
lunch.
confrontation.
And so tell me about that meeting.
I got there before he did. I think I waited in the car maybe out at the front of the driveway, and then when he pulled in, I followed him in. We got out, didn't say anything in the driveway. Went through the side door. I believe the caretaker was there. The lady that helped take care of, one of the ladies at least that helped take care of Miss Libby was there. She went kind of towards the back, and he and I went out on the front porch.
Okay. What was your conversation with him on the front porch? About what time was this again?
I don't know the exact time. Sometime between 10:30 and noon, but I want to say it was around 11 o'clock or so.
Okay.
It was I was there for about 20 minutes.
All right. Tell me about the conversation that you had.
We went out on the front porch. We still hadn't said anything to each other other than he said, let's go out on the front porch and talk. We went out on the front porch, and I looked at him and I said, Alec, and I'm sure I said F or H or something. I said, what the is going on?
Say it. What the
I
fuck?
need to know what's going on.
What the fuck, bro?
Because I know about this thing that Lee's called me about, and I need to know if there's something else you've done that involves me that I don't know about. That's a problem for me. What is going on?
What does he say?
He didn't say anything. He broke down crying. Said, I can't talk. I can't right this second, Chris. He walked inside and grabbed a handful of paper towels and came back out on the porch and said, I'm sorry. I've had a drug problem. I'm addicted to opioids. And I don't remember if he said 20 years or exactly how many years, but he said, I've been addicted to opioids
he
for
added info
something
into
like 20
this.
years, I think is what he said. I don't remember exactly how the conversation went. There were parts where it was, I don't want to say heated, like we were screaming and hollering at each other and it never came to blows, but there were parts where it was heated and parts where it was silent and parts where it was probably calmer. He said he had a drug addiction, and
said
then
that
he admitted
twice.
he had been stealing money,
From who?
from his law firm and from clients.
Did he say?
And he didn't specifically spell any certain person out or any certain organization out, but he said, I've been stealing from the firm and from clients.
What did he say about that 192 with you? What was the phrase he used?
I have to cuss to say it. He said,
Go ahead and say it.
I shit you up. I'm sorry, I've shit you up. And shit a lot of people up.
Never heard that
saw
turn
it,
of phrase
never
before this trial.
suspected it. Drugs or money.
Never saw a
What
drug
did he
problem.
say?
Just said it had been going on for a long time.
Never saw it. They've referred
say
to him
anything else
as
in
a
this
whirling
conversation?
dervish.
Just said he had been good about covering it up, especially the drugs. I didn't really ask much about I didn't know the extent of the client stuff. I knew about me and my $192,000. And in the phone call with Lee, he had said that Alec had been stealing from the firm and from clients. but I didn't know about any specific clients or any specific cases, so we didn't talk about that. I didn't ask about that.
How'd the conversation end?
I don't remember exactly how it ended. I know I left. I don't remember. Like I said, I know we didn't come to blows, and we weren't screaming and hollering at each other when I left, and I wasn't screaming and hollering at him. I was angry. I didn't know how to feel. But at some point I left.
Where'd you go after that?
I started driving back to Columbia and just went through the drive-through at Hardee's in Hampton to grab something for lunch on the
Relatable.
way out.
Since that conversation on September 4th, shortly before noon, have you had any conversation with the defendant since then?
No verbal conversations. No, sir.
No verbal
Did you ever get a text
conversations.
from him?
I've received 1 or 2 texts from him.
Was that the usual number you have for him, or was that a different number?
Oh.
It's not the normal number. I don't know that I'd ever seen that number before.
Because he has a burner
Since that time, you haven't had any conversation with him?
I think he texted me maybe one other time, and I tried to respond with something as basic as what I said there, just trying to respond, but not really communicate. I think there may have been one other text very similar to that.
You ever get that $192,000 back?
No, sir.
And then put that in your trust account? Is it because you trusted him?
Yes, sir.
Wilson, please answer any questions the defense has.